Hello, everybody. Welcome back. Picking up from where we left off to yesterday in Shadows over Loathing. That was quick. Last time we had gone to, what was it called? Crystal Dream Lake or something like that. And tracked down a cursed compass. And we just uncursed it. Got it here now. Accessory. Item and meat drops. Okay. And we are about to go to sleep. Or we'll get flagged down by Charles. Charles flags you down. I got some applicants for the new storefront I fixed up over there on the side of the Cola Wars surplus store. Got a second one to pick? Sure thing. The first applicant is Truncheons and Bludgeons. This fella is really excited about weaponry. The second is Advanced Pants. Doesn't say what they plan on selling, but I assume that it's pants. And the last applicant is 10 Things I Had About You. A hat store, I presume. Terrible name. Well. Hats might be interesting. Weapons. Ants. Advanced pants. Sure, let's do a pants store. Okay, I'll get them moved in and get the next storefront ready for applicants. Thank you, Charles. Oh yeah, we picked up a couple decorations at the lake. You hang the cow skull over your desk. If anybody asks, I'll tell them you killed the cow yourself. Thanks. Didn't we get... Oh. We forgot about that. When we were at the fairy... Whatever it was. The fairy nests. There was another decoration we could take, but we had to kill all the fairies first, and I didn't go back and pick that up. Someone is giving you a nightstand. There's a briefcase and a note on top. Take one and read the other. The note reads, Turnigus, the quality of your work at the distillery has been noted as excellent. We will contact you in a telephonular manner with further opportunities. DT. Briefcase full of meat. Honest work for dishonest pay. Hey, all we did was dump a bunch of garlic juice on some vampires. Not so dishonest. You ready to make the transition from Crystal Dream to regular dreams? Do it. Glaxton, 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 Glaxton. If you repeat it enough times, it starts to sound like a real word. This represents your growing mistrust of your bed. Well, every time we sleep on it, it's here. We can see ethereal objects relating to what happened on our last adventure, it looks like. Museum of Skulls. This is the Museum of Skulls, obviously. Wait a minute. One of these skulls is yours, and it's missing its teeth. Give it the ones you're carrying. Oh yeah, our teeth got knocked out last time. You put the teeth back in your skull. It tries to thank you, but you have no tongue. You gain an item, no tongue. Curious. Nope. It's her again. And someone else. A strange conversation A strange conversation is taking place here. Participate. The woman scowls at you. You'd better have some good news for me, Noelle. The good news is I'm dreaming. Let me give you the bad news first. No news is good news. Good news is bad news. Log futures are up 10 points. No news is good news. Everything is just peachy keen, Madame President. Madam President. Good. The dam project is complete. Wait. Everything is perfect, ma'am. The circuits are lit up just like a crimbo tree. What about the interlopers? Confusion, fear, anger, and regret. The what now? Uh-oh, she means me. I'll show you an interloper. I should never have come here. The what now? Yes, I'm working on that. The little bird has told me his last name, Carter, if you can believe it. Our friend Morris is his uncle. The president's frown deepens. Any relative of Murray Morris is an enemy of ours. Find him and get him out of the picture. Ooh. What do we choose here? I'm thinking 3, but 2... No, let's do 4. I'd be delighted, ma'am. Both Noelle and the president wink out of existence with an ominous-sounding pop. You are ready for the stream to be over. And how? Back to the world of the waking. Old ragdoll on top. Alright, nothing else in here. Morning, Turnigus. How are you feeling? Fine, I guess. I've been having weird dreams. Oh, like the one where you're driving a car, but you're in the back seat and you can't reach any of the controls. I can't remember very clearly, but I think it was weirder than that. I really hate that one. Anyway, I found the next curse thing. It's a hardcover book about yay big, and it's somewhere on the campus of the Seaside Institute of Technology in Porkham. You ready to go? Is this like the Miskatonic in Arkham? I haven't even had coffee yet. I'm sure you'll be able to find coffee when you get there. They probably invented some kind of high-powered science coffee or something. Alright. Do you have a map of the place? No, but it's a college campus. It can't be that hard to find your way around. College students do it all day. The bus to Porkham leaves from the usual stop. Good luck. Thanks. Take the bus to SIT. Oh, I guess maybe it's more like MIT. See if you can find the book. Oops. Messages. There's a note for you. Call Don T. You dial the number. Don Toblerone verbalizing. Hi Don, it's me. Ah, splendiferous. Kudos on your triumphal return of my previous assignation. You're welcome. Is that all? In fact, I have another item of business to be attenuated, which I believe to be suited marvelously to one of your skills. Which one? No, I mean, well, regardlessly, it requires that you proceed apace to Crystal Dream Lake, wherein is located a purveyor of tools and implements of construction. Say again? You might vernacularize it as a hardware store. Ah, right. You guys run out of cement or something? We have a necessitude that you will perform upon this place of business that we categorize a shakedown. They owe you meat? No, we're merely desirous that the local commercialists retail emporia feel a measure of intimidation. Okay, I guess I can handle that. Hello, Charles. Goodbye, Charles. Pet the cat this time. This goes to the speakeasy, which we do need to go to. The unsinkable Molly buttons. Hey, you know if there's a good heater joint around here? I got to stock up on pills. They make pills for heating things. Sure, you know, hot lead for ventilating things. But ventilating things usually makes them colder. Yeah, I'm gonna put them all on ice, alright. What are we talking about? Okay, let's go to the speakeasy. We got some stuff to do there. Start by talking to Fancy Dan. You're back, baby. I am. Here's a cut of the profits, baby. 215 meat. Found this case of vodka. Gotta be careful with this stuff. Might end up drinking you. I found a case of gin. This'll gin up some more business for sure. Great. What about you, Barnaby? You got anything going on here? Have a drink. In hollowed halls, machines sell things that men once sold. I see. I think I see. Nope. It's the two girls you met in the diner back in Poughkeepsie. Hey there, how was your road trip? Oh, hi, it was the cat's pajamas. Her OAO, was all in a tizzy when we mooched his egg crate, though. That old hay burner needed the constitutional. My heavy would quit being such a dewdropper, I wouldn't have a yenny to drag a hoof with niftig cookies like that Oliver Twist was making goo-goo eyes at my gams all night. That Zib was a four-flusher from hell to breakfast. If you hadn't been so spifficated on that panther sweat we were gargling, you'd have rumbled that he was itching for your mazma more than your stilts. It figures, but he was a real peacheroony, all the same. Uh-huh. Anybody doing anything else here? Hello, Gabby. Having a good time? Oh yeah, so many rugs I have cut up. Keep on dancing on. Okay. These people are obviously on their third date and you shouldn't bother them. Oh, I bet if we came here before last quest, it would have said they were on their second date. Let's take a quick look around. Make sure there's nothing new going on anywhere here. That new building might be up. Texas Instruments. Do you have anything new for us? It's all Moxie damage. What about the surplus? Oh. Hello, how's that grenade project coming? I threw all 6 of them. 3 of them blew up in my face. 3 out of 6 isn't too bad. I think I can still sell them. In exchange for your research, I'll give you a discount from now on. How much of a discount? 200 meat in total savings across all future purchases. Here you go. It seems like less a discount and more like a flat reward. I just don't like doing arithmetic. Item drops. That's just worse than what we got with the compass, right? I think the compass was 20 or 25. Item drops and meat drops. I'm gonna buy a couple sardines in case we come across some cats. 3 physical armor. Advanced pants. Shopkeeper gives you a friendly smile. Hi, I'm Turnigus. Hi, I'm Nancy. If you're in the market for pants, you've come to the right place. A market for pants. Huh. Nice. Muscle and physical armor. Moxie physical. 2 to ranged attacks. 5 max HP. What do we have for pants? Meat drops, sleaze armor, max HP. The one we have now is mysticality and physical armor. These aren't expensive. I'm going to buy those. Did I? Moxie physical, muscle physical. Moxie physical. Oh, but that's a skirt, I guess. Have a chat. So why a pants store in particular? My grandmother was arrested a couple times in the 1850s and 60s for wearing pants in public. Since then, our family's been big advocates for women's pants and equity in clothing generally. Well, that's a deeper answer than I was expecting. How's it working out for you? Much better nowadays. We don't have 100% pants acceptance yet, but we're getting there. I did notice you have some skirts for sale too. Yeah, I've been experimenting with a line of men's skirts, but that's proving to be a tougher sell. Men are more stubborn about their clothes, I guess. Oh, anything... Pairs of racks of pairs of pants. Racks of pants. Pants on racks. Pants and more pants. Okay, so I think before we go to the new place, I'd really like to have a look around. Look at all these places we haven't been here. But I think before even that, I want to go do that mob mission, and we'll go back to Crystal Dream Lake, and there's a couple more little things we can do real quick here. Got anything else to say? Gives you a polite nod, but doesn't seem to have anything else to say. Guess that answers my question. Right, so we need to go to the fairy lair. Well, we could go to the pet store too. The museum and the hardware store. Let's start at the pet store. You see a faded billboard advertising some kind of crystal shop. Crystal's Crystal Dream Valley Crystal Shop. Oh. Right there. We'll hit that on the way back, I guess. Greta. Hi. So she's selling these for 150. And what do we have? 712. Let's buy both of those. Slithery D is a fine name. Thanks, Greta. And a giant mosquito, I guess. No, hey now, don't knock it. Mosquito is great to have on your side in a fight. Oh, she said this before. Yeah, we'll take it. Give it a name. Skeeter. Skeeter, huh? Classic. Here you go. You might want to get a malaria shot just in case. Thanks, Greta. Any chow? Yeah, we're gonna buy both of these. Okay. She's out of chow. Spent a huge amount of money there. Out of all the snakes you own, this is the only one. Applies poison to a random enemy. Bites enemies for physical damage. And then heals you. Might be a nice upgrade over the turtle. The turtle just heals us. A random wounded ally by his mysticality. This one deals physical damage and then heals us. The bag says any familiar can eat it. You want to feed it to Skeeter the Mosquito. Sure. Skeeter the Mosquito greedily chows down on the familiar chow. Just give him a little boost to make it more of an upgrade. We'll hold on to that other bag. Okay, let's stop over at the museum. In a thickly overgrown and essentially sunless part of the woods, you happen across two large and burly vampires. They seem pretty ticked off. They're growling menacingly, shoving each other around and so forth. Some kind of spooky territory dispute. Or maybe one of them drank a tourist that the other was saving for a special occasion. The nature of their argument is unclear. What is clear is that these guys are very strong. And you'd better be pretty sure of yourself if you plan on doing something before they notice. I mean, we could try to fight them, I guess. Ew. They don't seem that strong. Immune to on fire, spooky armor, physical armor. 6 mysticality. Let's do one of these. And get rid of him. And get rid of that one. Get him. Oh, wow. Nice. You won. You collect a fair payment from each vampire for beating up the other one on their behalf. 27 meat, vampire skull cap, and 2 bloodles. +1 muscle. Alright, so I'm here to... Oh. I was hoping I could give him a sardine. Now, I don't think we've solved the mystery here either. Right? we still had to figure out... Oh, what a shadow rift. Oh, we're a cat. The rat disappeared when he went inside. Considering these are the only things in this room, this must be what we need to do. A throbbing ring of negative energy around an oversized rat shape. You should ask Jessica about this next time you see her. Okay. We can't do anything with it. Leave this rat race behind? Huh. Okay. Well, we'll have to come back here again, I guess. Let's go to the hardware store. You happen upon a small rest stop type area just off the path with a rickety old picnic bench and a square brick bunker that is presumably a public toilet. Although a sign on the door says out of order and the sound of flies buzzing inside doesn't incline you towards testing that claim, there's also a meat-operated blue cola cooler, which still has a couple cans of soda in it, although judging by the rust, it doesn't look to actually have cooled anything in a while. Check the slot. It has 5 meat. Spend the 5 meat. You drop your meat into the slot and turn the crank. The door pops open, granting access to your prize, such as it is. It's a shame the war prompted the big soda companies to start putting their drinks in cheap tin cans instead of the nice glass bottles they used to use. They taste much better that way. Hi, pal. Hello again. What can I do for you? Let's see what he has for sale again. Give me a couple of those. Propose a shaking. I've been asked to shake up some of your merchandise. Come again? There's some mob guys who want to intimidate you for some reason or another. So they sent me here to shake things up. Or down. Something like that. Huh. Well, those cans of paint over there could use a good shaking. I ain't got around to it for a while. Okay, sounds good. Can't say I feel particularly intimidated, though. Shake his cans of paint. Give all the paint cans a vigorous shaking. The proprietor nods his thanks. Well, that was easy. Pop back in here and see if there was anything else. Can we move this? Oh. Put the outhouse in a cave of mushrooms. I changed my mind about where to put the outhouse. Okay, ain't started digging yet, so that's fine. Where do you want to put it instead of the sandwich museum? That cave full of mushrooms. The mushroom cave? That's an odd choice. Nobody goes mushroom picking there anymore on account of the monsters. Monsters? Well, that's the rumor. You ask me, someone just ate the wrong kind of mushroom and got a bad case of the gibblies. Anyway, I'll get the pit dug tomorrow and the outhouse finished the day after. Anything else I can do for you? No. interesting, so we can go back to the mushroom cave too. But first, let's go to the fairy lair. A trio of figures in hooded white robes step out of the trees around you. It's hard to tell if the robes contain person-shaped shadow monsters, or if they're regular people whose faces are concealed by the shadows of their hoods. Well, not that regular people go around wearing hooded robes very often, and whichever it is, it doesn't seem like they have good intentions. Hey, what's your deal? Wow. Well, that clears that right up. Fight him. Hmm. 6 spooky and cold damage. They are super resistant to spooky. Summon a brace of shadowy allies. They both deal damage. They deal a lot of damage. Five. Get rid of him. And use the pocket watch on him. Drop his stats so he's not going to deal much damage. Then we can just get rid of him. And Skeeter for the win. Thank you. You won. All the black smoke leaks out of the robes pretty quickly after they're beaten, so you don't get a chance to question them any further. Not that it probably would have been any more effective the first time. Nice. Oh. These things are popping up everywhere. Here's the thing I came back for, though. Take it back to your room. Wait, seriously? You want to take this obviously evil, obviously extremely ugly statue back to your room? The room where you sleep? Yes. You drag the horrible sculpture to the bus stop. The bus arrives, but refuses to pick you up because of the horrible sculpture, I mean. You spend the next several hours dragging it back to your room. Oh god. And just all the way back here. Just looking at this thing makes you mad. Pretend to fight it. You duck and weave, bob and swat. Are you shadowboxing, or are the shadows boxing you? Gained fairy fisticuffs. What is this? Effect. +3 the melee weapon attacks. Oh. Well. Not super useful. I'm pretty sure. Yeah, it's magical, not melee. But if we need to switch to our plunger for some reason, I guess. Got a bit of a bonus. Okay, well, I wasn't quite done at the lake. I wasn't even done at the lair. Just go straight back there, I guess. Oh, dang it. Should have talked to Jessica. Off the side of the path, you see a squirrel with its tail stuck under a big rock. Can't do anything about it, unfortunately. It's a weird little pocket of nothingness, just sort of hovering here. Maybe you should ask Jessica about it. Dang. Well, we'll do that next time we're back there. Let's go to the cave since we moved the outpost there. Or outhouse. The future version of yourself strolls up to you and hands you a fat wad of meat. You know it's the future version and not the past version because you don't remember this happening before. Here, take this meat. Technically, I guess I should be repaying it to the future me, but that's me now, so you'll have to do. What? But what's the point of giving me meat if I have to give it back to me later? You'll be making meat much, more easily later, so this won't seem like as much then. Just think of it as a no-interest loan. On the contrary, I actually am interested. He rolls his eyes at you. Sheesh, future you is a jerk. Yeah, anyway, don't forget to pay you back or the universe will probably explode or something. Nice, 300. Alright, so yeah, we spent a while here just fighting wave after wave of mushrooms, but this never seemed to diminish. But maybe now with this, we can go in. Oh yeah, before it grew. Yep, and there's little mushrooms inside. The temporal anomaly does not look inviting at all. Non-violence appears to be a non-option here. Violence then. Oh, did, we don't have our companion. Must have stayed outside. Uh, 7 damage. Can get right the heck out of here with that. And take out that one. And the big guy. Boom. You taught those mushrooms a lesson you're not certain they ever actually had the capacity to remember or forget. Skeeter grew stronger, and we got another mushroom cap. Oh. Oh, she doesn't come with us, huh? Okay, I guess it's just me and Skeeter in here. More malevolent moving mushroom men. Massacre. $14, $20. 9 physical damage. Hmm. 11 sleaze damage. $11. Down to 8. Well, can't have them summoning any new guys. I'll probably focus down this guy next turn. 3 damage. Drops that to 12. It's not enough. Take him out. I feel like the music is on the lower side. It's crazy what a difference 2% makes. Okay, and then this thing, you can just hit until it dies. Can't do anything. You have once again asserted the superiority of mammals over mushrooms. Another mushroom cap and more mushrooms. This is the third and final group of hostile fungi. Knock the spores out of them. Ow. This is going to be rough. Probably going to have to use some items here. Probably should have used some items before I got into the fight. We can get an action point with that one. I really need that to die. Yeah, 11. So we gotta do 4 damage. 7. Yuck. 7 physical, 9 physical. 6, 4, 7. Oof. $15. Use a smelling salt. I don't know why it doesn't let me target when I'm... Well, use it when I'm targeting myself. And then... What else can we do here? 9. Could try to drop something's moxie? I don't know. 4 damage. That's probably based on their... Oh yeah, maybe. Throw a mushroom chunk. Yeah, so if we do this... Yeah, and now it's doing 4 instead of 7. We can get rid of this guy. Don't love that. Oof. Yikes. Nine damage. Really gotta kill like 3 of them this turn. Not gonna be enough. Four damage. Let's see, 8, 12, 16 total damage, plus 1. So, looking at 17. If I use this, then it's 12. It's actually, 13, really. Or, no. What am I saying? 16 minus 5 would be 11. And then it also removes the poison, so it'd be 10 damage coming at us. So we need to get rid of at least 4 to break even. So really we need to kill 2 enemies and heal to hang in there, I think. If I'm doing my math right. 16. 17 minus 5. Oh no, that'd be 12. And then one more, 11. They're all 4s. Don't know if there's a way to make this happen. Well, we can kill this guy. And then we could kill this guy. And we could kill one of these. But then we die. No. No, we'll have 1 HP left. So if we use the nasty goo on the mushling and then use the Parmesan missile here. And then take out the poisoner. Now we're taking 4 and then 1 from poison. Oh yeah, and we got 3 HP regen. Perfect. Oof. That was close. All we got is a mushroom steak. There we go. You've reduced the number of ambulatory mushrooms in this cave to 0. 0 is the proper number. Based on its unnatural appearance and aura, you'd say this is the source of the bad mushroom magic. Whoever misplaced this axe apparently did not know that trees generally do not grow in caves. Woodcutting axe. Destroyed. So what, now in the other side it's not going to be there? Ah. What? Oh. We're not there yet. Ah. So what's in here now? And why is she still not with us? Ooh, these fungi are all glowy. Extract some glowing goo. Relieve the fungus of its excess glow. Got glowing ooze. Glowing green goo. Perhaps one day the world will be ready for the secret of it. We got the woodcutting axe. The axe is very shiny and very sharp. It definitely hasn't been left in the dank cave for decades. 3 physical and causes 2 bleeding. Maybe the strongest weapon we've found yet, but it's not mysticality based. You got another one of these things. It's a weird pocket, shadow pocket or pouch or something. Reach inside. That seems like a really bad idea. Are you sure? Yes. I can't stress this enough that you shouldn't do this. It might give you some kind of shadow disease, or it might just bite your hand clean off, or anything. Do it. Well, alright, it's on your head, or hand rather. Don't come crying to me if something horrible happens. Whatever. You stick your hand in the hole and grab the first thing your fingers brush against and yank it back out. Got a shadow hot dog. The shadowy pocket vanishes with an otherworldly pop. Food. A sausage-shaped hole in reality has been placed into a regular hot dog bun for your convenience. Increase muscles by 1 and melee from damage of your melee weapons by 5. Wowee. Speaking of that kind of stuff. Oh yeah, quest item. You're not sure what this is, but you're sure what it isn't. Combat items. Potions. Yeah, let's eat or inhale some fragrant spores. Boosts our mysticality and weapon, magic weapon damage. Food. Oh, look at that. 7 fairy cakes. It's another +1 mysticality and 2 more magic weapon damage. You eat the fairy cake in half a bite, but it's wholly delicious. Yeah, we got a bunch of mushroom caps now. Probably just sell those. Or at least the extras. Alright, come on, Molly. We're out of here. Now, we need to go talk to Jessica about the museum and the fairy lair. Holes, I guess. And then maybe we'll come back. On a moldering tree stump off the side of the road, you see a glowing mushroom. There's only one reason a mushroom like that would be glowing, and the reason starts with M and ends in agic. You pick the mushroom and harvest the microlumophagic bacteria inside. There's another hole. It's a weird shadow pocket or pouch or something. Another hot dog. Krista. There doesn't seem to be anything in stock. This store is fully stocked with nothing. The shelves are bare. Nary a crystal in sight, contrary to what the sign out front said. The proprietress of this empty store has nothing to proprietor. What do you sell here? What do you think? Nothing. You're dead right, aren't you? And that's funny, don't you think? Because you'd really think that a crystal store next to a crystal mine would sell crystals, wouldn't you? I would, yes. Let me tell you a little story about a young woman whose name is me. Oh, I love little stories. My parents wanted me to go straight into college, so that's what I did. But college girls, they're only thinking about one thing, getting a degree so they can work in a mine. I'm not like regular girls guy. I just want to sell things that come out of a mine. Sure, gases and such. So I dropped out and moved across 13 states to the best crystal mine in the country. But when I arrived, the mine was out of business. And now so am I. Before I even got started. So what are you still doing here? Well, I ain't selling crystals, so it's plan B. Which is frowning. I missed why you wanted to sell crystals specifically. My name is Crystal. That doesn't mean you have to sell crystals. Yeah, but it means I got fewer nouns to keep in my head. So you wanted me to check out that mine? Yeah, and break me off a couple crystals. Break me off a couple crystals, you were thinking. Not asking you to clear out the whole mine, man, but with just a few crystals, I could afford to send my whole sorority down there. Gumbuckle mine. I'll see what I can do. Getting a degree so you can work in a crystal mine. There's the mine. Well, I guess we'll do that. Sure, well, grab more cola. Gumbuckle Mine, Foreman's Lodge. The store is comprehensively boarded shut. Right open with our crowbar. The crowbar makes short work of the long boards. There's another one. You stick your hand in the hole, grab the first thing your fingers brush against, and yank it back. Shadow wine. Shadow pocket vanishes with an otherworldly pop. This oily black nothingness is wine because anything that you put in a wine glass is technically wine. Increases hot armor by 3, cold armor by 3, stench armor by 3, and sleaze armor by 3. Man. We got a door. Filing cabinet is newer than the rest of the furniture, but it's still pretty wrecked. See what's inside. Just some shoes. That probably made sense to somebody at some point. Got the item flip file flip flops. Office equipment or footwear. Can it be both? Makes your steps more organized. Sure, we'll roll around with those. There's nothing in this desk except a very old pink slip. The reason for termination is listed as shirking the elevator maintenance duties. This little radio is playing some big band music. This cabinet is securely locked. The coat rack is bare. I don't want to go in the door until I look around here. There's not much else. This elevator has rusted into a state of total functionlessness. Another one of those weird doors. It's a 1906 calendar. A desk with nothing, what did it say? Nothing in or on. Nothing on or in or under or behind it. A huge disappointment, really. An empty bird cage. They must have run out of canaries. This version of the cabinet is unlocked. Unfortunately, this version of the cabinet is empty. There's a jacket hanging on the coat rack, which I guess makes it technically a jacket rack. Take the jacket. There's a key in the pocket. Gumblebuckle mine cabinet key. Well. Unlock it. Click. The cabinet is empty except for one can of elevator grease. This can is labeled elevator grease, so don't go thinking you can use it to lubricate a ramp or a staircase or a funicular. Can we leave this? Oh. It's an elevator that leads down to the main shaft. Give it a good greasing. A squirt here, a dollop there, and kapow. This thing will run like a charm for at least 22 years. Take it for a spin. This support beam is lousy with termites. This table is bare except for a note reading IOU 1 helmet. This cabinet is labeled dynamite storage and it is extremely locked. A very large, oddly spherical rock. It has a hole drilled into it. Shine your flashlight in the hole. Your flashlight reveals a sparkly colored crystals inside. It's a geode. Okay. No way are you wandering off into that temporal abyss. Well, maybe since we greased it here, it'll be fine in this one. Aha. This elevator has been remarkably well maintained. Nice work. The way is completely blocked off with fallen debris. There's a big crack in the wall here. Massive cave-in. Actually, I suppose it's technically a mine-in. Oh. If we could get the dynamite... Oh. Employee of the Month award. You're the only one who's even been in here this month, so you definitely deserve this. This award is made out to Herbert Gutchins, but for all anyone knows, that could be your name. Flash it to increase your maximum and current HP by your moxie once per fight. If we could get that dynamite out of here, maybe we could bring it to that crack in the wall. But... Can't interact with any of this except for shining that inside. Unfortunately, in our time, this is on the other side of that rubble. This beam probably collapsed. But we can't interact with it. Maybe if we could repair the beam or something. Or get the termites off. It wouldn't collapse. But it doesn't look like we can do anything else here. Maybe if we go back and talk to the crystal, she'll have something to say about that. A squirrel brings a large uncracked nut to you for assistance. This takes a lot of humility for a squirrel. Can't do it. Not strong enough. Easy to remember Crystal's name because that's the thing she doesn't sell. How's that mine of mine? Break off anything expensive? I'm still working on that. That's alright. The important thing is that you're alive, and it doesn't matter that I forgot to send a canary down there first. Well. Oh, maybe if we move the outhouse, we could teleport in there like we did with the, well, similar to like we did with the mushrooms. Trying to think of how else we can get around that stuff. Oh, ask about termite poison. I wish. Regulatory agency made me stop selling it a few years back because it was quote-unquote killing everybody who used it. Huh. So more of an everything poison then. Yep. Wicked good for termites, though. Okay, but him in the past would probably have that. That's who I was going to talk to anyways. The shelf is laden with dangerous pesticides that you're pretty sure were banned years ago. Among them, you see a mason jar filled with an oily brown liquid. It has a handwritten label that says termite poison. How much for this jar of termite poison? 22 meat. I'll take it. Buy the pesticide and place it very carefully in your sack. Thermoblast termite spray. Mind you, don't get any of that on your skin. And don't breathe the fumes. And don't pour it down any drains or rivers, or otherwise it might get into the groundwater. And if the jar starts to melt, get it into a fresh jar right away. Thanks. It's a spray, but it's a spray for what? What do you spray it onto? Kills everything else. Now can he move it anywhere else? The pet store? Okay. The pet store. Pet store? Oh, you must mean the bait shop. Love that sense of humor you got. Pet worms. Alrighty, I'll dig the pit. I'll get the pit dug tomorrow and have the outhouse finished the day after. What else can I do for you? Huh, I wonder what that's about. I have to stop at the pet store again. On the way down. You hear some growling and shrieking and laughing nearby, and despite it being a bad idea, probably because it's more of those horrible fairies, but because it's probably more, you go check it out. It does in fact turn out to be more of those horrible fairies. These ones are tormenting a badger, which is backed into a shallow burrow and frantically swatting at them as they poke it with little knives. Just as you start to back away, grateful they haven't noticed you, you step on a dry twig. It cracks noisily and the fairies all turn around. Dang it, twig. Fight them. Five HP. Wow, we're dealing 21. Oh, that's not what I wanted to do. Whoops. Could have killed them all, but whatever. That's fine. You won. The badger seems grateful, or at least as grateful as a badger can seem, which isn't very much to be honest. Fairy loot makes up the difference, however. Fairy dust. Skeeter got HP. Nope. What's up, Molly? Molly seems to be practicing some kind of dance with a lot of quick movements and hopping around. What's up, working on your dance moves? Sure, kinda. Except this dance ain't about cutting a rug. She makes a sharp gesture and the blade of her flick knife snaps open. It's about cutting an enemy of some sort. See? Right, yeah, I get it. She will now act earlier in combat. Now here's our outhouse. Grady's live bait. Catch your next meal today. This must be Grady. Hello there. Hello and welcome to Grady's live bait. I'm Grady and this is, he points in various directions, is my bait shop. Grady smiles. Nice to meet you, Grady. Grady smiles. What do you got for sale? Sure. Can I interest you in some minnows? Minnows? Yeah, they wriggle quite vigorously, I assure you. Irresistible to hungry fish. No, I don't want any minnows. Well, that's alright. Maybe you'd like to look at our grasshoppers then? No, I don't think so. No grasshoppers, gotcha. What about a nice handful of grubs? Plump and juicy. Gross. No. Okay then, how about some leeches? Chock full of blood. This is awful. Well, if none of those strike your fancy, I think maybe you're not actually in the market for any live bait. I think you're right. Grady smiles. Anything you need help with by any chance? Well, I'm always looking for people to dig up night crawlers for me. What are night crawlers? He reaches under the counter and pulls out a handful of wriggling worms, which he then waves in your face. Gah, worms. You'll never forget that smell. Interested in doing some worm hunting? Sure, I'll get you some gross worms. Good deal. Dig up, let's call it 5. 5 good-sized night crawlers and I'll make it worth your while. Here, you'll need this. How will I know where to dig? Just follow your nose. You want another sniff to refresh your memory? He starts to reach under the counter again. No, I got it. I'll be back when I have your worms. It's a barrel of wriggling, slimy grubs. Barrel of chum. You do not want to be pals with it. This barrel is sealed, but from the smell you'd say it's full of decaying shellfish. This barrel is full of dirt, but you're sure there's something nasty hiding in it. This one's full of pickles, probably for catching those fish that like eating pickles. A barrel of miscellaneous useful entrails. There's a mousetrap set up here. You disarm the mousetrap. Grady frowns. Hey, what's the big idea? I just hate traps. Grady frowns. He walks over, resets the trap, frowns again, then goes back behind the counter. Sneakily disarm the trap. Click. D. This patch of ground smells like night crawlers. You dig up the terrible creature and shove it into your pocket. Few things have as big a delta between how cool the thing is and how cool the name is than the Nightcrawler. Shovel. This device is a shovel because of the way it shoves dirt out of the way and the fact that the guy who named it liked the letter L. Hi, Greta, what are you selling? Nothing. A fat, happy-looking cat lounges here. You give the bat a little scratch behind its ears and begins to purr loudly. Oh, she likes you. Her name's Dottie, by the way. New cat unlocked. You can now pet Dottie to receive a boon. Sure, let's see what it does. Get Dotties. There you go, Dottie. What did it do? +1 Moxie versus the +1 physical armor, I think it was. The radio is tuned to a wind chimes station. We were headed back to the mine for the termites. You push through the woods into a small clearing and discover a group of 3 vampires because apparently you aren't allowed to discover anything good in any of these clearings. Well, I say 3 vampires, but there's 1 vampire, 1 bat, and 1 small cloud, so it could just be a vampire, her pet bat, and the leftovers of a bean's lunch. I assure you, we are all 3 vampires. Oh crap, she heard me. Talk to them. What's the deal here? You demonstrating the vampire evolutionary line or something? What? You know, like the bat evolved out of the cloud and then the humanoid vampire evolved out of the bat? No, is a bat a caveman vampire? No, if anything, this is like the 3 states of vampire matter. What? You know, solid, liquid, and gas. Bats are a liquid? Look, the metaphor is not a perfect one. Are we going to fight or what? Keep talking. Honestly, I'd rather keep talking about vampire physics. This is interesting. If you 3 are solid, liquid, and gas, that implies the existence of a 4th kind of vampire, right? Look, I already said it's not perfect. Well, actually, yes, now that you mention it, there is a 4th kind of vampire. A plasma vampire? Yes, when a vampire is destroyed by sunlight, sometimes they become a high-energy, but short-lived vampiric spirit, which we call a morai. Which, now that you mention it, is rather analogous to the plasma state of matter. Neat. Well done. I've never thought about this before. You are very intelligent for a human. Ah, heck. I was just kind of stalling for time, to be honest. But maybe bats are liquid. Everyone turns and looks at the bat, who shrugs wordlessly. I should go find some other vampires with which to discuss these implications of this. Good evening, human. The vampires disappear into the woods, leaving behind the remains of their picnic. Got a cosmetic wine. Oh, more worms. Right, so we need to go back here, down into the mine, and then more worms. Somewhere, there it is. This sport beam is lousy with termites. Hose it down with chemicals. The support beam is now termite free. So now we can switch back here. Hopefully the cave is not end. Yeah, there's no cave in. The support beam may be old, but at least it's not full of termites. There's one of those fancy mining helmets on this table. What's mine is now yours. +2 physical armor. An extremely enthusiastic rat has chewed a hole in this solidly locked solid steel cabinet. Reach in. You root around in the cabinet. You manage to find 1 stick of dynamite within arm's reach. Got a 22-year-old stick of dynamite. It's a huge, weirdly spherical rock that's got a hole in it, drilled in it. Now, this tunnel saw how all the others were blocked off, and it caved into peer pressure. Wow. This is a 22-year-old stick of dynamite. You're lucky you found this instead of a 44-year-old stick. They generally get really dangerous when they're that old. Now, I wonder if it makes a difference whether we blow up this one or maybe blow up the one in the past. I mean, we can do this one. I'm kind of curious if we can do that. Whether that would change anything. We can do this. You carefully place the stick of dynamite into the hole. Light it up. You've seen some disappointing explosions in your life, but that one really failed to make even a dent in the cake. This rock must be made of tougher stuff than a relatively fresh stick of dynamite can handle. Well. That didn't go anywhere. Maybe we need to find... I mean, ideally we get the combination for this and we get the dynamite out of there before it's so old. But we need the combination. Thought that was going to be our answer, but oh, we got another one. Nervous about carrying one stick of dynamite. No way are you grabbing another one. Well, it's... Oh, we need matches now. Go back to the hardware store. You see your past self coming up the road towards you and remember the 300 meat you owe. Maybe you ought to pay that back so the paradox doesn't destroy causality or anything. I don't know if we have 300. I guess so. You stroll up to yourself and hand him 300 meat, as expected. He's a bit puzzled by this. Here, take this meat. Technically, I guess I should be repaying me from the future, but that's me now, so you'll have to do. What's the point in giving me meat if I have to get it back later? You'll be making meat more easily. It's all the same thing we just said. Hello, Denwin. The characters in these games have quite a way of speaking. If there's one thing I found. Okay, continue on our way. More worms. Matches. I don't think we need to talk to the other version, but sometimes we find new options. Okay. don't think we need this anywhere in particular now. Oh, matches were less expensive back here. I'm gonna buy all those. All right. Well, I guess we'll go... Let's stop at the store, just in case there's anything else we can say to her. You find some spider webs stretched across your path. As you move to brush them away, you notice runic patterns woven into the webs. Is it spider writing? Translate them. You determine that the runes are spider speak for send flies. While you're surprised to learn that spiders can write, you're unsurprised to learn that their writing is so pedestrian. More worms. What are we up to? Oh, we got 5. Ah, dang it. Now we gotta move the outhouse back here. Okay. Nothing new there. You notice a sizzleberry bush growing on a hedgerow off to the side of the road. Weird. They normally don't grow this far from a volcano. Harvest the sizzle. You painstakingly collect the sizzle from each of the berries, by which I mean you take it, and it's painful. Phlogistic resin. Is that new? No, we have that. Well, we have a bunch of matches now. I guess we can try this here. Yeah, I don't think that's going to work. So we must need to use... must need to use this somewhere else. Big crack in the wall. It's got to be significant. It's not a feature in the other cave. Yeah. A brighter light. Yeah, that crack isn't here, but we can't do anything. Maybe there's something we can blow up with the dynamite up here? I don't know. What happened to this bird? Well, let's go back to the hardware store and switch the outhouse back to the pet store. In a thickly overgrown and essentially sunless part of the woods, you happen across 2 large and burly vampires. They seem ticked off. Okay, this is the same. thing we saw before. Just fight them. Oh. A friendly mobster joins the fight. First time that's happened. Boosting Slee's armor. 8 physical damage. 8 physical damage. Spooky armor and physical armor. So stench and hot will be fine. We do this. $20 damage. Yeah. You won. You collect a fair payment from each vampire for beating up the other one on their behalf. 24 meat. Vampire pitch pipe. And more bloodle. What is this? Ranged weapon. This is what vampire sirens use to make their haunting melodies. Make sure their haunting melodies are just out of tune enough to sound creepy, but not so out of tune as to sound like they're bad singers. Moxie plus 3. Spooky damage. So we're moving the outhouse back to the pet store. You don't have any dynamite here, do you? No. $10 damage to all enemies. That's from the glowing ooze. You put the radioactive material inside a regular bomb, making it a special new kind of bomb. Nuclear bomb. Crafting materials. We have 2 more anarchist hardware. 5 stench to all enemies. 5 spooky to all enemies. Restore 15 HP to the target. Ooh. Don't mind if I do. You fill an old syringe with the ichor. You're all out of the anarchist hardware, so you can't make any more. Oh. You have... Wait, what? It says we have 2. Hold on. I'm confused. Oh, it doesn't look like it updated the crafting materials up top. We had 2 when we started, but it didn't change the amount after I crafted them. Well, anyways. Let's go back and... what are we even doing? We have to go back to the... Oh yeah, the worms. We have to give him those 5 night crawlers. More fairies tormenting a badger. Hmm. 15. take out these two. And this one. Forgot to take off that mining helmet. Got a fairy skull wand and 2 knives. What is that? Tiny wand is tipped with a fairy skull, which is like a human skull, except for it's only about an inch in diameter. Deals mysticality plus 3 spooky damage. What are we dealing now? Mysticality plus 4 sleaze. Okay. Oops. Flush yourself to the past. Hi, Grady. How's the worm How is the worm hunting going? Grady smiles. I'm done. Fantastic. You hand over the worms. As promised, honest pay for honest work. 100 meat. You can't help but think that revolting pay would be more appropriate, but Grady's beat you to that thought by pulling a flower pot out from behind the counter and handing it to you with a grin. Got a potted nightcrawler. Thank him and leave. What is that? A nightcrawler in a vessel full of its own food, which is also its own waste. It's untyped. Is it like a crafting material, maybe? I don't know. Not a quest item. Trying to think of how we might use that. Yeah, right. We don't want any of this. And she is... Oh. Hi. Hi, Greta. What are you selling? Pretty much just this big worm. A worm? I'm intrigued. You're right to be. A worm is a valuable ally. Imagine a snake, except your enemies can't tell which end is the head and which is the butt. You won't know if it's coming or going. Can it poison things like a snake? No, but it's slimy and people hate it. Super gross. Just 150 to cover the paperwork and you got yourself a worm. You've sold me. Take it. Excellent choice. Now just give it a name. Hold on. I need to find the spelling for this name. Okay. I wasn't sure. Odysseus. Odysseus, huh? Great name for a great name for a worm. Here you go. Got Odysseus the worm. Thanks, Greta. She's all out of pet stuff. This worm has no idea that it owes its entire existence to you. Deals stench damage to enemies. Max HP 5. I quite like the mosquito. Although if that deals a high amount of stench damage, I would be into that. I just prefer the heals. Right. So... maybe there'd be something at the junkyard that could help? Just trying to think of where else. If the solution to this isn't between these two locations, maybe there's something else here we can go to. I mean, we could check out the junkyard again, just for the heck of it. Glowing shrooms. Just trying to think of where else we might be able to get dynamite. Or maybe find the combination for those, for the dynamite cabinet in the past. We need 5 muscle for him. We should be able to get that. Muscle, shorts, and the vampire skull. Help him get the stove out. With assorted grunting and heaving, the two of you manage to yank the stove free. Ooh, thanks a million, pal. Now I just gotta drag this back to camp, and I'll be in beansness. See you around, Beanie. Okay. Let's take a quick stroll through here. I really doubt that there's going to be anything else here, but never know. Might find another one of those weird space orbs. Glob of wet hair. Nasty goo. I think we just used one of those. Oh, 2 nasty goo. Yeah, we just used that in one of those recent fights. This would be disgusting, even if it wasn't wet. Reduce enemy stats by 5. This just seems to summon fairies forever. Maybe not forever. I only hit it once, but I just assumed. Nice. Squirrel cheese, fairy cake, more max HP. You've cleansed this trash pile of a few terrible fairies. It still isn't clean enough. I feel like this place is really just meant to be a place where you can kind of farm these. But I'm not sure. It's Moxie. Where is it? 7 damage. that takes out 2. That'll be it. Gun parts. Make any weapon into a gun. Yeah, I don't think there's a limit to how many you can summon here. Alright, that should be everything. Well, I think what we're gonna do is go back to Ocean City and talk to Jessica about those space rifts. Jessica looks pretty busy, but then she always does. I got attacked by some kind of weird shadow monster. Like a sort of crazy abstract nightmare thing? Yeah, you seen them? Nope, never. Murray did, though. He described them to me once. Did he have some kind of ultra-scientific name for them? Yeah, weird shadow monsters. Is there anything I can do about them? Well, here, take this ring. Murray gave it to me and said I could use it to banish them if I ever got attacked by one, but I never have, so you might as well take it. Shadow banishing ring. Great, thanks. I found a weird little hole in space. A what? Sort of like a shadow pocket kind of thing? Oh, you didn't put your hand in it or anything, did you? Yeah. There was a hot dog inside. Did you eat it? No, don't answer that. Look, I'm going to suggest that you don't do that again. Okay. You're going to, though, aren't you? I guess we'll find out. Jessica opens the desk drawer and pokes around inside. Charles did something with a pair of pliers, deionized them or something I didn't catch. Here they are. Shadow closing pliers. If you see any more of those things, you should be able to use these pliers to pinch them closed without actually touching them with your hands. Oh, neat. Thanks. Did you know that compasses used to be different? What? Different how? Like north used to be called west or something? Oh, right. I kind of remember hearing about that. I was only about 3 years old when it happened, though. It seems really disorienting. People get used to just about anything. Nobody complains anymore about how they stopped putting lard in chewing gum, for instance. I guess so. Alright. I'm feeling determined to clear up a lot of the stuff here. I just want to go back to those couple pocket areas there. The fairy lair had one, and so did the museum. I'll go to the fairy lair first, though. Your future self turns up again, this time lugging an old wooden crate. Here, take these. Huh? These what? It's a case of antique bandages. They'll come in handy. But I can't use them. I'll have to keep them so I can foist them off on another me to close the loop. You're just sticking me with a pointless errand I'll have to do later. No, dummy. Use these ones, then ask Charles Wallace for a crate of old bandages that Murray left in the storeroom. That's why I got these. But didn't you get them from yourself like I'm doing now? No, I used those. Look, just take them. Geez, you got a lot of learning to do about causality. Crate of antique bandages. Okay, fine, geez. Right, this one here. Close it. I mean, I kind of want to reach inside, but let's see what happens when we close it. You place the jaws of the pliers around the little hole and wrench them closed, or pry them closed, I guess. 10 XP. Alright, now we can go back to the... What was it? Some kind of weird rat. Oh hey, that's your past self over there. Here's a chance to hand over that crate of old bandages. Oh wait a sec. It occurs to you that you haven't gotten the crate of bandages from Charles yet. The crate you have now is the one that the future you gave you. And he said he used those. Wouldn't giving yourself these bandages screw up the timeline? Do it anyway? Here, take these. Huh? These what? In a case, it's a case of antique bandages. They'll come in handy, but I can't use them. I'll have to keep them so I can foist them off on another me to close the loop. I even said clues the second time. You're just sticking me with a pointless errand I'll have to do later. Oh geez, you really were such a whiner back then. So much for that. So much for that you'd... What? So much so that you'd refuse medical supplies from your own self. Oh my god. Good grief, how embarrassing. No, dummy. You use these ones, then ask Charles Wallace for a crate of old bandages that Murray left in the storeroom. That's where I got these. Or, well, that's where you would have gotten them if you'd gotten around to it. But since this is the same crate, either way, it shouldn't matter as long as you say the same thing to your future self. Right? But didn't you get them from yourself like I'm doing now? Oh, for crying out loud, were you not even paying attention? This is mortifying. If you ever run into future you again, you're going to have to apologize to him. No, I used those. Lying to yourself probably doesn't really count as lying, even if it is to a different yourself. Look, just take them. Geez, you got a lot of learning to do. Wow, I really am just reading it the same way. You've got a lot to learn about causality. Okay, fine, geez. Okay, so we're going underground. Here. This thing. And then what is... Throbbing ring of negative energy around an oversized rat shape. You carefully fold little sections of the rift up with the pliers until you've gotten it completely closed. Space, do a cat thing. Yes. Yes. Yes, these are cat things. I'm glad that is a button. So that only gave us XP, huh? This cheap this cheap hunk of costume jewelry will probably turn your finger green, but it also banishes shadow monsters, so it's probably worth it. Maybe they're allergic to zinc. Banishes wandering shadow creatures. This is a pair of pliers made out of some weird shiny metal. Jessica assures you that the jaws come together at a special angle or something. There's nothing else we can do in here, right? I'm not sure if we're done with this place. We resolved the problem with the little girl being accused of witchcraft down there. Yeah, Patricia Williams. But we never did resolve what was going on with the witches. Oh, but the outhouse isn't here right now. You find an empty bag nearby you can use to hold any fish you manage to reel in. Nice, you caught a barn trout. You toss it in your fish sack. What is that? Nice, you caught a Jessica albacore. You toss it in your fish sack. Nice, you caught a split-tail grieber. Looks like you caught everything that was here. This is a bag of all the terrible fish you've caught. It's pungent. You fished a barn trout, a Jessica albacore, and a split-tail grieber. You can sell it for meat. $21 meat. That alone was way more than all that fishing we just did. Man. Okay. I'm going to take one last stop in these two places. And if we can't make any progress, if I can't make any progress, we'll just go to Ocean City and explore there. Somewhere nearby you hear singing, a languid, sultry, wordless tune that makes your feet turn of their own accord and leads you off the path deeper into the forest. Your senses feel numbed as though you're walking through a thick fog. It's difficult to brain. After a short time, you arrive at the edge of a small clearing. A pale woman in a long red dress is lounging on a rock shaded by the branches overhead. She smiles when she sees you, reaches out her hand, gesturing for you to approach. Your feet start to shuffle forward. Resist her call? You grit your teeth in concentration and shake your head violently. The fog clears from your mind just enough to give you one more move. That move is to flip the woman a very rude two-handed gesture. Her eyes widen in shock and she stops singing. With that, you manage to wrest enough control over your feet to turn and run away with your hands over your ears. Whew. Yeah, nothing from her. Wander off into the woods. Just gonna check every area we can down here. Trying to find something. Big crack in the wall. Maybe we just have to keep trying these. The rock must be made of tougher stuff than a relatively fresh stick of dynamite can handle. Yeah, it seems like we're not, like we must have to use the dynamite for something. But not for what its obvious purpose would be. So it must blow up something, right? Just something small? I was thinking maybe that crack in the wall was related. Maybe we can blow up something that causes a crack in the wall? But I didn't see anything we could interact with down here. See if we could open this. That dynamite should work. Yeah, there's nothing else to do there. Well, I guess we'll come back to that. Oh. Probably go back to our correct timeline. And then wander away. Alright, bus stop, Ocean City. Right, so let's do a little exploring here since we have not. I want to go to the hobo camp first. We've interacted with a lot of people that either came from there or we sent there. You stop dead in your tracks when you see 3 of those weird fishmen lurking in the mouth of an alley up ahead. They're peering around with their glistening, staring eyes and glurbling at each other quietly until one of them notices you. It and its 2 companions start stalking towards you, making wet, growling sounds. Ah, geez. What even are you guys? Glurb? Well, are you evil invaders, or are you natives that were displaced by urban development, seeking to reclaim what is rightfully yours? The fishmen confer briefly. Evil? Okay, thanks. As long as we're on the same page. Shove past them, fight them. Soda in the hole. Grenade. Well, fighting them seems like it would go in a pretty obvious way. What does shoving past them do? Just avoids the encounter. I ain't got time for this malarkey. Get out of my way, chum. You shove past the fishmen, whose slimy hands can't find purchase to grab you, and straight away. They glurble angrily at you, but either are too startled to make any further issue of it, or they're trying to basically keep a low profile. Either way, you make it out of there unscathed, except for fish slime. Grub. The hobo you met at the abandoned grocery store is slouching around and generally staring off into space. Hi there, Samuel. How's it going? Good. Good. Doing fine, thanks. Were you able to find any work? That's a shame. Yeah. Right. Yeah, don't let it get you down. How's the camp treating you? Yeah, it seems nice. Everyone's real friendly. Yeah, that's great. Community's real important. Oh, yeah. Definitely better than standing on an abandoned street corner. Oh, I don't suppose there's any chance of a punchline where you suddenly say something really elaborate and completely understandable. Yeah, just checking. Okay, see you later. This is as cozy and inviting as possible for a barrel of burning garbage to be. Warm hands. +3 cold armor. I think there was a place somewhere where we needed cold armor. I just remember that. It's Gus, the guy you met in the rain when you arrived at Plunkett Street. Hello, Gus. Why, hello, Turnigus. Oh, well, hello there. Turnigus, I believe it was. That's right. Always a pleasure to have another run-in with a friendly acquaintance. It's nice that the rain cleared up. It is nice. I do enjoy the rain, but I also enjoy dry clothing. So you're the kind of guy that's comfortable in any sort of weather, eh? Yes, I do my best. Can't stop a rain cloud from crying after all. And in fact, when you get right down to it, pretty much anything that happens to a person can be considered weather of a sort. Huh. That's real philosophical. Old Gus says, if you can find the pleasure in any circumstance, then you're never to be a sufferer of misfortune. Gosh. This is a hobo lady that you have not met yet. Hello there. Well, hello, dearie. I don't believe we've been introduced. I'm Veronica. Hi, I'm Turnigus. Can I offer you a cup of tea? It's homegrown, so to speak. You found tea leaves around here? Not just about any leaves can be... just about any leaves can be tea leaves with the right attitude. I'm fine. Thank you, though. I like your hat. Why, thank you. I grew it myself. The flowers? The whole thing. I'm trying to grow some socks as well, but they're much trickier. I can imagine. This hobo is wearing a handmade tinfoil crown. Hello there, you must be the Hobo King. The crown gave it away, I presume. Yep. Well, you are absolutely correct. I am the Hobo King, though to foster a more familial air, I permit my subjects to call me Johnny. Nice to meet you, Johnny. I'm Turnigus. What can I do for you, Turnigus? I've got a question. Where are you from? Hoboken. Of course you are. Hey, don't touch that telephone. Royal use only. This telephone isn't actually connected to anything. Don't let it hear you say that. What else is going on out here? Oops. I just want to talk to this guy. This guy is in a state of washboard-induced ecstasy. No sense wandering off into the woods. This camp is clearly where all the action is. Alright, what is this here? Hobo camp, shut-eye boxcar. Probably shouldn't mess around in here. You'll wake people up. Okay. This guy's really jazzing up the place. Hi, I'm Turnigus. Howdy, they call me 52 Teeth Thompson. Or just 52 for short. Huh, is that because of the 52 white keys on a piano? Nope. Wow, it's lucky they happen to have a piano for the camp. Oh, I brought this baby with me. On foot? How? Well, it took a few trips. It's Creamy Steve, the guy you met in Sandwich Village. He's still packing in the cream. Hey, it's you. Thanks for telling me about this place. Everyone's been real appreciative about my cream. Swell. I've been getting to try some other foods too, and you know, I don't like to admit this, but there might be more to life than just cream. More of a balanced diet, certainly. Due to supply chain difficulties, the grub car is currently BYOG. Condiments are still available to camp residents. There are ample condiments, but you don't feel right taking any. It's Beanie from the junkyard, happily cooking up a pot of beans. Well, hey there, good to see you again. That's all I have to say. I want beans. Wow, you haven't seen one of these in ages. Whatever it is. The one thing these notebooks have in common is that you do not understand any of them. A bewildering array of partially redacted nonsense. You don't even understand the titles of these books, much less their contents. This device seems to have music coming out of it. I wonder if this guy... Maybe he's got the some kind of decoder for those weird symbols we keep finding everywhere. A desktop radio. What's this? A ratty old shoebox is slouching in the corner. You cannot begin to fathom what this contraption is for. A hobo is flipping through a worn book, occasionally stopping to check the strange machine next to him and pencil some notes in the margins. Hi there. Oh, hello. You must be new here. I don't think I've seen you around. Yeah, my name is Turnigus. Pleased to meet you. I'm Letters McCabe. Is there anything I can assist you with? Why do they call you Letters? I'm an expert in microcryptography, aka hobo code. Are you familiar with it? Nope. What's that? It's a system of pictographic elements that can be written unobtrusively on walls or carved into fence posts, etc., etc. They're traditionally used by hobos to leave messages for other hobos, to mark a house where the occupants are charitable, for instance, or to warn of a vicious guard dog, that sort of thing. I'm working on expanding the system for more general communication purposes. That's pretty interesting. Is there anything I can assist you with? What's all the stuff in the room? Stuff is a little overbroad of a topic for conversation. Feel free to point out any particular object you want to ask me about, though. I'm always happy to be informative. Okay. What's the book you're reading? It is a hobo code manual. I can teach you the basics if you'd like. Yeah, that sounds useful. You spend 10 minutes or so going over the basics of hobo code with letters. He teaches you some of the most common glyphs. If you'd like to know more, just ask any hobos you met. They're honor-bound to assist new learners. That is the hobo code. The hobo code. Gained hobo literacy. Neat, thanks. Alright, let's find out what these things are. Ask letters about them. You've got a lot of notebooks here, Letters. Yes, all my notes on the hobo code, more notes on codes and languages in general, as well as my studies on radio telemetry, telegraphy, and telephony. I think my aunt's recipe book is around here somewhere too. Did you write all these in code? I can't make out a single word. No, that's just my handwriting. I see. Hey, Letters, what's this thing? It's a teletype machine that we salvaged when they shut down one of the local post office branches for cutbacks. We've patched into the local telegraph networks so we can communicate with some of the other hobo communities. Neat. You don't understand the titles of these books, much less their contents. What are all these books? Manuals for various types of codes and ciphers. Vigenaire, Beaufort, treatises on several variations of columnar transpositions, and classic Mormon German mix-up code, and so on. Interesting. There's a few books on old pictographic languages in there too. Fascinating stuff. Well, it's all Greek to me. Say, Letters, what's this poster? Those are some general purpose hobo code glyphs I'm working on. There's a bunch of them that are blacked out though. Well, yes, they're still experimental, so I decided it would be wisest to take some precautions. Huh. What's this machine you're working on? This is an old naval radio encryptionograph from the Cola Wars. I'm trying to modify it to work with hobo code. That sounds hard. Yes, it wasn't designed to handle a pictographic writing system, that's for certain, but if I can get it to work, it should be very secure. This is some heavy-duty equipment. Between this and the teletype machine, this is some heavy-duty equipment you got here. Yes, well, I'm not at liberty to discuss in details, you understand, but secure lines of communication are going to be quite important if Johnny's plans are going to come to fruition. Well, now I'm intrigued. Sorry, you'll have to talk to him about it yourself. Okay then. Hey, Letters, what's the deal with this? It's a ham radio. What's it for? Listening to stuff about ham. Gotcha. Hey, Letters, what's this old shoebox? Old shoes. You're welcome to them. You try to pick up the box, but can barely lift it. Geez, what kind of shoes are these? Hand-me-down boots. They've been passed from hobo to hobo for generations. Probably about 50 pounds of metal reinforcements on them now. Wow. These boots have been reinforced without regard for ergonomics. Look at our boots again. Shoes. I don't remember this one. Oh, yeah. Suppose we could pretend to be a tumbleweed. Let's talk to Johnny. Ah, Turnigus, you get around a lot, right? In what sense exactly? You go to a lot of places? Oh, yes. Do you think you'll be able to, you'll be in the vicinity of the Seaside Institute of Technology anytime soon? I have a small delivery I need someone to make. Sure, I can do that. I've received word that a hobo out there has come into possession of a number of old dorm room beds, and we could certainly make use of them. Could you locate the man and give him this invitation? Sure, I'll keep an eye out. Letters said you're working on some kind of secret plan. Oh, did he? He wouldn't say what it was, though. Certainly not. That information is mine alone to divulge. So, will you divulge it? You are practically a stranger here. I apologize, but I cannot jeopardize operational security. Shucks. Can you teach me some hobo code? Ah, yes. According to the hobo code, the hobo code, I am of course obligated to assist. But first, let me test you. Convince me of your worthiness, and I will grant you a boon. Bewitch him. You want to give me a boon. You believe it to be in your best interest. You're trying to hypnotize me? That won't work. My crown is made of tinfoil. Oh, darn. Good effort, though. I don't know how you got your eyes to go all swirly like that, but it was impressive. I'll grant you the boon anyways. Great. King Johnny takes out a small notebook, writes a glyph on it, and hands you the page. What's this? That's the hobo code symbol for boon. One of my favorite jokes. I wish I got to use it more often. Knowledge increased. Thanks. All right, Veronica. Hello, dearie. Can you teach me any hobo code? Certainly, dear. In fact, I think I still have my notes from when I was learning it myself. She rifles through her handbag for a moment and hands you an old sheet of notebook paper with some squiggly glyphs written on it. Thanks. Hello, Gus. Can you teach me some hobo code? Ah, you're a student of letters. End of letters? I'll be glad to help. He searches his pockets for a dry piece of paper, but can't find any, so he scratches some glyphs into the dirt with a stick. Thanks. Hi, Samuel. Have any hobo codes to share? He fishes an old store receipt out of his pocket and draws some very small symbols for you to squint at. Thanks. Guy's in a state of washboard-induced ecstasy. Wow, you're really going to town on that washboard. Yep, I love the fast staccato rhythm it makes. Yeah, it's pretty good. I bet someday there'll be a fancy electrical machines to do it really good. Till then, though. Folks call me Washi, by the way. Hi, Washi. I'm Turnigus. Do you know any hobo code you could teach me? Sure, I know the word washboard. And some words that kind of describe the sound washboard makes, but they aren't real useful as actual words. He teaches them to you anyways. Thanks. Yeah, it doesn't even let me move past here. See where it stops me. I'm not letting go of the key there. It just won't let me go there. Hobo code. Sure, I know 3 words. Is one of them cream? Yep, and the other 2 are free and here. Hobo code. Do you know any hobo code you could teach me? Sure thing. This one needs a pregio. Pregio? These 2 pointy ones are crescendo and decrescendo. And this one here's a treble clef. Thanks. Beanie. Do you know any hobo code you could teach me? Sure, heck, I know about a dozen different symbols for beans. Wouldn't one of them be enough? They all look pretty similar now that you mention it. Hobo code. Literacy. You are a level 9 student of the hobo alphabet. Alright. Let's stop back at the park and see if there was any code there. Molly notices some tin cans scattered in an alley and stops to stack them into a pyramid. Let's do some bean shooter practice. Every little bit helps, and anyway, my fingers getting itchy. Seems like maybe we shouldn't be shooting guns in the middle of the city. Ah, baloney. It's copacetic. The fuzz here ain't worth a plugged nickel. And who else is going to raise a beef when we're clearly healed? I'll take your word for it as soon as I figure out what it was. The 2 of you take turns shooting at cans until you run out of cans. Nothing else from him. Just having a look at the places we've been already and seeing if there was anything else we might be able to interact with now. Probably not much. Oh, hello. You place the jaws of the pliers around the little hole and wrench it closed. Or ply them closed. It says no fishing, which is true in that no one is fishing here at the moment. $12 meat. 9 meat. Miscellaneous chemicals. I don't know if I have anything for stench armor. Combat items? No. Potions. spooky armor, hot armor. Oh, all types of armor. Still haven't drank this thing and it won't let me. Increases maximum AP by 1. Ooh. Do we have a potion active right now? Oh yeah. You distill the grulch into a hyperpotent liquid, then mix various chemical powders into it until it crystallizes. You're all out of miscellaneous chemicals, so you can't make any more fancies. Okay, doesn't seem like there was anything here. We could check back in with Marvin. On the side of a discarded hot dog in the gutter, you notice a rare form of lichen. You squeeze the goo grease out of the lichen while carefully avoiding the bad grease from the old hot dog. Gained sordid grease. You can tell that this was used for something horrible. Who's there? Orville project. Okay, I don't know. I don't know what this is all about. Sarah Peace. Wayne Law. No. Was it the Mills? Oh, as you're walking down one of Ocean City's residential streets on the way to where you're going, you hear eerie music coming from the upstairs window of a nearby house. Eerie Music House. I guess it wasn't here. I swear one of the places we went had an area that was like, oh, hello. You needed cold armor to go to it. Shadow Milkshake. Shadowy Pocket vanishes with a pop. Mysticality by 1. Max AP by 2. Wow. Don't mind if I do. Wait, what? This thing seems really dangerous. Are you sure you want to go through with this? Yes? It's like Nietzsche said fairly recently, be careful when you drink the Abyss's milkshake because the Abyss also drinks your milkshake. A pleasant numbness spreads through you, soothing darkness. I see. Okay, well. Mysticality and 2 to max AP. Wait, max AP? Is that... Does that mean we have 2 additional, or that we can have more? I guess we'll have to find out. You take a wrong turn into an underground coffee house just as a thinly mustachioed man demands any decent person to defend the formal vulgarity of Joyce's Ulysses. Defend it. You move to tears. The man kisses you on both cheeks, leaving wet mustache hairs on your skin. Oop. Another one here. Oh, maybe it was the fridge factory. A couple of black orbs or holes or whatever these bizarre shadow monsters are made of are drifting towards you. You experiment with them a little bit, walking around behind them, moving erratically to see how closely they track you, trying to get them to collide with each other, and so on, but you really can't draw any conclusions from this. Also, they seem to be getting annoyed with you, with all of your fooling around, although you aren't sure how they know that. Oh, you aren't sure. You know how you know that. 7 HP. 6 damage, reduces stats by 2. Oh yeah, we have 4 AP right now. You won. The orbs dissolve into black smoke and, I don't know, angst probably. A pool of chemicals. You carefully fish the useful chemicals out of the middle of all the dangerous ones. There are weird flies buzzing around this barrel of frigid industrial waste. Oh, a frosty peony. Frosty flakes. It's like snow, but in flake form. Can you even imagine? These barrels are rimmed with frost, but they rhyme with carols. Boxes of miscellaneous discarded industrial junk. One of these old coils is still in pretty good shape. Got a refrigerator coil. Mana-charged refrigeration coil. Can't figure out anything useful to do with it. You could always just, if you can always just sell it. We don't have that. This fridge is plugged in. A little note on it says, experimental, not for lunches. The fridge has been fitted with an experimental automatic ice cube maker. Unfortunately, it made one single gigantic ice cube that fills the entire fridge. If you ever need a block of ice as big as you, here's where you can get it. I think we read that before. Let's go to the boardwalk. Molly notices some tin cans in the alley. It's the same thing we just encountered. You're not sure if the lamppost is holding up the hobo or vice versa. Hi there, I'm Turnigus. Well, hey there, pleased to meet you, Turnigus. I'm Dusty. I can see that. Yep, I meet a lot of new people in my travels, so I got my name embroidered on my shirt for convenience. So, what are you up to? Oh, nothing much, just hanging around. I'm just going to run a 3-card Monty down here on the boardwalk, but that didn't plan out. Why not? Well, there's a fella already running a game down the way, and I prefer not to step on his toes, just as a matter of professional courtesy, you see. I see. And also because carnies get real scary about that kind of thing. And I ain't looking to be murdered anytime soon. Any way I can help? Well, that's real kind of you. I was thinking of looking for a different corner, but can you spare a nickel for a cup of joe to get my feet moving? Sure, here you go. Thanks, pal. You're a real good egg. It's not the first time someone has called me an egg. She gives you a jaunty wave and wanders off. All right, then. Fortune teller's tent. You enter the dimly lit tent to see a teenage girl dressed as an old woman sitting at a velvet draped table. She points at the sign on the wall that says tarot readings, 50 meat. Complain about the price. 50 meat is a little steep, isn't it? I could buy 7 and a 64th gallons of gas for that much. She stares at you and points at the sign again. Okay, fine. The first card tells us about where you've been. She sighs and draws the card. Oh my, it's a night of apples. Oh my, what does that mean? She stifles a laugh. This card regards a piece of unfinished business in your childhood home. Something to do with a circus. Circus, huh? The second card is about your present, but not like a Crimbo present, like the present. She slowly draws a card. The Temperate Swimmer. Ominous. Okay. She smiles. This card means you are currently sitting in a chair. Yes, this is true. The final card reveals what's in store for you in the future. She slowly draws the card. This one is the Viscount of Viscount of Swords? Where did you get this tarot deck? She stares at you intently. In your future, I see buildings, big ones and small ones. Okay, I'll keep an eye out for that. Consider what just happened. You spend a few minutes thinking about the tarot reading and take your leave. Good use of 50 meat. Tony, the sign on the door says Tony Fiasco Hat Photographer. As you enter, the photographer, who is busily adjusting a complicated-looking camera on a tripod, gestures to a nearby wastebasket without looking around. If it's more bills, there's my inbox. Hello? Oh, you ain't the jumpin' Jehoshaphat. Baby, where you been all my life? Excuse me? That face, that's exactly the face I've been looking for. It's perfect. Thanks. I've grown rather attached to it myself. Hey, you're funny too. Baby, I love you. You're incredible. Listen, do you know who I am? The sign on your roof said Tony Fiasco Hat Photographer. That's right, baby. That's right. And soon I'm going to be the biggest hat photographer in the city. No, the country. No, the world. And there's something I need first. A face? A portfolio. And you know what I need before I got a portfolio? A face. Your face, baby. Well, don't say no. Don't you dare say no, baby. Listen, it's easy. All you got to do is stroll in here wearing a hat. And all I got to do is take a photograph of that hat. And then we're both going to be rich. Rich? Rich. Me and my portfolio and you with your 30 meat I'm going to pay you for every picture. Well, got to be different hats though. Got to be a different hat every time. I can't pay you nothing for the same, what? I can't pay you nothing for the same hat twice, got it? Okay, how about this hat? What is that? A comfy, uncursed fedora? Perfect, I love it. Here's your meat, baby. Spend it in good health and come back soon. Okay. We have more hats. Broken cocoa nut. Welcome back, baby. Let me see that hat you're wearing. What is that, a broken coconut? Perfect, I love it. All right, he's probably just going to say the same thing each time. Oops. One more. All right. A grouchy-looking guy is standing under the shade of this tiny building's eaves. He glares at you silently. Game of skills. Test your everything. Step right up, test your strength and your agility and your intellect. Every winner gets a prize. You there, sir. Care to face the challenge of a lifetime? Only 10 meet. What's the challenge? I like to start newcomers off with something relatively simple. All you gotta do is guess my age, throw a dart to pop a balloon, and drive a nail into this board with one swing of a hammer. At the same time? That's right. Care to try it? Okay. Do you aim the dart while winding up your arm for the hammer swing and squinting at the proprietor? Well, you look about 38, but pop, bang. You reek of cigarette smoke, so I'm going to say 34. Nicely done. Right on the money. Here's your prize. Some fancy new beach shoes. He takes a pair of clogs out from under the counter and hands them to you. Crab clogs. Hooray. No. These shoes were made at the beach out of the materials that were closest to hand. Yes. Yes. We can wear these. Hey, welcome back. Care to test your skills on our second level challenge? What is it? Just take this mallet and hit this lever here hard enough to ring the bell while shooting a bullseye with an air rifle and solving this crossword puzzle. How hard's the puzzle? It's a Thursday puzzle, so it's tough but not unmanageable. We need 5 to all stats. No thanks. Well, not with that attitude, you won't. What? With 5 in each rank, it said? We just need to put on something that increases our muscle. Here we go. Okay. You put the pencil between your teeth and pick up the mallet in one hand and the air rifle in the other. Ow, slam, ding, solve. Well, I hate the clues with the question marks after them. Oh, but those are the fun ones. Great job, kid. You're a winner. Here's your prize. We got colorful clown pants. 1 to each kind of armor. Except physical. There exist certain objects that you will only ever find on a clown, and these white pants with colorful polka dots are a pair of them. What's the next one gonna be? Hey, look who it is. Ready for the level 3 challenge, Chief? All you gotta do is knock over this stack of lead milk bottles with a beanbag while walking a tightrope and playing me at chess. Do I have to win? Well, yes. Are you good at chess? I came in second at the state championship this year. Ready to take me on? 7 to all stats, 10 meat. No thanks. Yeah, that's gonna take some serious adjustment. A privatized healthcare station. Cooking for help. Ooh. This cookbook's focus is healthy cheese recipes. guaranteed to fortify your arteries with rich protective cholesterol. Grants medicinal manchego. Manchego? I don't know cheeses that well. Heal target for 10 HP and cure all negative status effects. Don't mind if I do. A gauze turban. A good hat to wear if you're planning on sustaining a scalp injury. You flip through the healthy cheese recipes and consider other ways in which cheese might be used for healthy purposes. There's some more advanced recipes in the back. If you read them, it'll heal an additional 5 HP. How we doing for XP? 233. Could upgrade a couple spells for that. Or we could buy something down here. More XP from fights, magic, weapon attacks. It's not bad. I think I'd like to upgrade our spells. We haven't done any of that yet. Deals 2 additional damage. Deals 2 additional damage. Mind Melt will also heal you 5 HP. It's only 75. Let's do that one. Read the book a second time and pick up a few new weird details. You still don't understand most of it though. Your subconscious must just be a bad writer. You decide you've had enough and melt the book with your mind. Oops. Stilton splattered hits 2 additional targets. Really want that to do more damage. Do this one. Wow, the soldier who wrote these notes was a real masochist. If these techniques aren't against the Geneva Conventions, they certainly will be within a year or two. You discard the book in disgust. The horror. Are we on? Okay, we're at 58 now. Was there another one that we could? Oh yeah, we could upgrade that for 50. What were the others? 100. 100. I didn't want to do that. Oh. Well. Never mind. So... Does it say... Oh, here we go. Yeah, so now the Parmesan missile's dealing 5 damage, which is actually going to be 7 because of our ring. So that'll be nice. We'll have a nice strong attack. Mind Melt can now heal us, and we have a healing spell. Can we get on this? Or interact with it in some way? Whoa! It's a long pier, but you don't want to take an even longer walk off it. Nice, you got a brain sturgeon. After a brief struggle, you reel in a spearmint taffy. Wow, a ring. Looks like it got dropped there ages ago. Wonder how long we can do this. Nice, you caught a gartered sockeye. Fished up a root beer taffy. Caught a brown-nosed pinch loaf. Yeah. Caught a bathypelagic cusk eel. Bathypelagic cusk eel. What? Butterfly clawed. Scarlet pimpernel. Moon unit dwizzlefish. Enough of that. What was the ring? Ring rendered unidentifiable by a thick layer of ocean crud. You carefully scrape the crust off the ring. Got a St. Stilton signet ring. Stilton splatter deals 5 sleaze damage to each target instead of 3. That is exactly what I was saying I wanted that ability to be. This ring belongs to St. Stilton, whose sacrifice was so great as to merit having an entire cheese named after him. Well, okay, so now instead of our Parmesan attack dealing 7, it'll deal 5. So it'll be on par with the stench one. Though it does reduce enemy Moxie by 5 as well, so it's another bonus. But now, the Stilton Splatter will also deal 5 to 3 different targets. So they're all on equal damage. Now we needed to go to... Oh. We're up on the board. If you're bored of the boardwalk, you can always walk away. Just show me the map. Oh, we still have 2 more places here. Curious about this eerie house. Let's go there. You round a street corner and encounter a woman in a welding mask using tightly focused magical fire to cut the fenders off a parked car. Hey, that isn't... I'm pretty sure that isn't your car. There's a polite cough behind you, and you turn around to see a woman in oil-stained coveralls casually spinning a grease gun around one finger. This your car? No. Then it ain't your business neither. So maybe we should teach you a little lesson about minding your business. You just said it isn't mine. Let's fight him. Wanted to play with my new spell upgrades. Ew. Yeah, 5 physical reduces Moxie by 5. 5 stench. Should really maybe upgrade this one next so that it'll be the strongest single target that we do. But it doesn't have any other benefits. Because right now, this and this are just better. Unless the enemy resists these damage types, obviously. Yeah, maybe that next 100 XP will put into that. This seems like a pretty normal house in a pretty nice neighborhood, but there's something odd about it. Some sort of uncomfortable energy that makes the hair on the back of your neck stand up. Maybe it's something to do with that weird droning tone you hear coming from inside, like a pained inhuman moan constantly rising in pitch. Maybe that's it, yeah. You knock but hear no response, so you nose your way inside. That eerie sound is even louder in here, and it seems to be coming from upstairs. Also, the owner's interior design sensibilities are a little strange. Oh. A bunch of books about music theory. Even the most basic one would be totally beyond you. It is a day stand. A dusty, disused chess set. The plate rack is a statement piece, and the statement is, I have too many plates. Tea time was long ago. There's nothing left but stains. The cabinet is full of backup plates. A shelf full of trophies from music competitions. It's a cabinet full of sheet music. You pull out a sheet, but it's all in German. Und du kannst kein Deutsch gesprochen. Doesn't that say I can't speak German? This door is locked. A staircase leading up to where the sound is coming from. Hello. If this isn't the music of Eric Zahn reference, I'll eat my shoe. A tired-looking man is playing a cello here. What? Who are you? Why are you in my house? Sorry for intruding. Eric, what did I say? Eric Zahn. I don't know if that's what I said. For some reason, I felt like that was wrong. Sorry for intruding, but I heard the music, and I guess I have an intrusive nature. My name is Turnigus Carter. Well, I'm Ernst Zimmer. Forgive me for not stopping, but it is vital that I continue playing. Yeah, this totally is. What are you doing? There's a darkness beneath my house. Did you check the fuse box? No, it's probably that then. Listen to me. I had a dream, a premonition, of a dark rift appearing in my basement and growing until it swallowed the entire house, and then the neighborhood, and then the world. Wow, that's quite a dream. It was not just a dream. I went downstairs to check the basement, and there is indeed a rift. As of now, it is still small. I must keep playing this cello to prevent it from growing any larger. How does playing the cello help? The bass vibration reverberates downward and is focused by the circle of furniture downstairs. This dissonance inhibits the rift. Huh. I really don't get it, but okay. Are you a physicist or something? No, I'm only a cellist. I cannot explain how I knew this would work. Okay. Do you mind if I have a look at this rift? Very well. I cannot blame you for wanting to see it with your own eyes. You will have to reach into my pocket and take the key to the basement for yourself, as I require both hands to play. Well, okay. Please do not get too close to the rift. Where? Oh, here. You unlock the basement door and hang the key on a hook by the door. Everything on this shelf has either evaporated or expired. Boxes of moldy sheet music. Collect the mold. Geez, these songs must really stink. This is where Zimmer keeps all his rubble. Huh, there's some kind of black rift or portal or something on the floor over there. Maybe you shouldn't get too close. Get too close to it. Well, it's your funeral. If there's any of you left to have a funeral with. On closer inspection, it seems like less of a rift and more of a pool of some thick black tar-like substance. Where did it come from? The only thing nearby is a shelf of old basement junk. Check the bottom shelf. Nothing on this shelf except a few dusty old jam jars. Check the second shelf. There's nothing on the shelf except dust. Draw a smiley face in the dust. Congratulations on expressing your creativity in a way that nobody will ever know. Except for you. You'll know. Check the third shelf. This shelf has a box labeled Things. It's full of little screws, rubber bands, stuff like that. Looks like when Zimmer's kitchen junk drawer gets too full, he dumps it in here. Since you're already looking, you sift through it for a second and find a fuse that still looks good. Zimmer probably won't mind or ever even know if you pocket it. Check the top shelf. The top shelf has a few old tins of varnish and a big bucket of tar. As you watch, a drip of tar slowly leaks out of a hole in the bottom of the bucket and plops into the puddle below. Well, there you go. Mystery solved. So, hello. Ernst Zimmer is still sawing away at his cello. Still at it? Yes. I figured it out. Figured it out? What do you mean? That black rift in your basement isn't a rift at all. It's just a puddle created by a leaking bucket of tar. Tar? Oh my goodness, this is mortifying. I've been such a fool. Don't be so hard on yourself. It was a pretty spooky coincidence after all. Well, Isigan, stop playing this cello. I'm exhausted. Yeah, go ahead and rest. Don't worry, everything's fine. Now it's eerily quiet. Ernst Zimmer is looking pretty nervous about this whole situation. Hey, Ernst. Hello. Uh-oh. Maybe convincing Zimmer to stop playing his cello wasn't such a good idea after all. Oh God. Every one of these moldering books is titled Blood. The day stand has become a nightstand. It would appear that two ghosts are playing a very spirited game of chess. This chair is frighteningly non-right side up. Yikes. This chair seems to be having a real hard time remaining stationary. The viscous black sludge bubbles in the teapot. Will obviously fish in it. This isn't tea. And then take some. You love bubbling black sludge, apparently. This table has slipped the surly bonds of the floor. Moths have eaten all of the contents and most of the container. The chair is whispering. Sit on me. Sit in me? No. Please, Turnigus, sit in me. No. Sit in me. No. The chair harumphs and goes silent. I guess you do sit in a chair. It's kind of weird though, isn't it? Because you're definitely sitting on it. But yeah, people do usually say sit in. A shelf full of trophies from murder competitions. There's a cabinet full of sheet music. You pull out a sheet. It's a piece entitled All Barbiet and No Spiel Makes Ernst a Dull Boy. The chair isn't speaking to you ever again. The store has seen better jams. Jambles? Oh geez, it sure is a dark rift in space over there. Just like Zimmer was afraid of. Looks like the tar was just a coincidence. Unless it was magic shadow tar or something. It probably was a magic shadow tar. Well, nuts. It's a big hole in, well, in here. Step through. Really? Yes. You find yourself in an infinite black void. Or, well, it looks like an infinite black void, but you have a really uneasy feeling that your brain is only showing you an infinite black void because it doesn't want to try and process what this place actually looks like. It's a weird feeling. Oh God. What are we in the upside down? I can't access my inventory. Ugh. A thrumming spike of nega energy. What are we letting this dude out? This creature is built more or less like a large muscular person. If you built a large muscular person out of some kind of writhing black ooze and or smoke and or just plain raw darkness. It has a fist-sized glowing crystal embedded in its chest, about where its sternum would be. And as you draw near, you feel it radiating invisible waves of energy, kind of like heat coming off a radiator, except also the opposite of that, and also not at all related to that. Look, incomprehensible forces are tricky to describe, okay? The creature shambles back and forth, waving its arms in a way that almost looks like it's dancing or praying or maybe just absent-mindedly flailing. It seems oblivious to your presence, although that will probably change pretty quickly if you try to interfere with it. Like, say, if you try to pry the glowing crystal out of its chest. Size it up. This creature looks extremely weak, almost docile. Take the crystal? You make a quick grab for the crystal, but it's firmly lodged in the creature's chest. The creature howls, and its long, spindly arms flail ineffectually at you, barely cognizant of your actions. Plunge your hands into murky flesh, fingers questing through lukewarm tar until they find ribs, gritting your teeth, forcing open the cage, creaking, cracking, snapping like dry branches. You grab your prize and tear it free of the muck. The creature evaporates in a sigh of smoke. The crystal is both warm and cold in your hand, and has a slight buzzing vibration to it. Take it? Yes, something tells you that this crystal is very important, as well as being really shiny and pretty. Got a rift crystal. It occurs to you that taking that weird crystal out of here might be a bad idea. On the other hand, it's yours now and you prefer to keep it. Can't access the inventory. Maybe if we turn these back on, it'll do something? No? I can't open my inventory to look at it or anything. Well, I guess we'll go through. Rift crystal. That swell crystal you found from inside a rift in Ernst Zimmer's basement. Things are all still bad here. I have bad news. What? What do you mean? Remember how I said everything was fine? I do remember that, yes. Are you telling me that you were incorrect? Let's just say that your house is incredibly haunted now. Ah, I should not have trusted you. We are both fools. Did the rift open? Yeah. No, what are we gonna do? Don't worry, I'll think of something. Show him that crystal. Check out this neat crystal I found. What is that? Where did you get that? It was inside the rift. It makes me uncomfortable to look at it. Can I have it? No, it's mine. You found it inside my house. It was in another dimension. Another dimension inside my house? Forget it. Maybe as you start to leave the house, something tells you that it would be bad to take the weird crystal out of here. The something is definitely not the crystal because it's a really great crystal and you're deriving great satisfaction from owning it. Leave the house. As the door shuts behind you, you hear a sudden grinding, cracking noise and see the entire house implode into splinters and get sucked into a whirling black vortex. Can't say I didn't warn you. Oops. Oh well. Let's speak of this to no one. Get the hell out of here. Yes. Now it says no house. That was definitely a music of Eric Zahn sort of scenario there. It's funny that this game very clearly has references to H.P. Lovecraft in it, and but we haven't seen too much so far. We did encounter those fish people earlier, but that one was a seemingly fairly explicit reference to one of his stories. It's my favorite one, actually. The music of Eric Zahn. That and The Color Out of Space are two of my favorites. You pass an alley where two women wearing grease-stained cover... Oh, it's these. Just fight them. Four and 3. Face grease, welding mask, XP and meat. You managed to sneak up to the Tin Lizzie's hideout without anyone noticing. You aren't going to stay unnoticed for long, though. This place is crawling with Lizzies. Unless your first move is to turn tail and run, I guess. This mask will protect your face from being burned while you're welding or kissing candles. 50-50 mix of engine oil and moisturizer, useful in both a skincare regimen and a 2-stroke engine. A couple of Tin Lizzies are busy trying to dismantle a car that is already pretty thoroughly mantleless. It's like watching someone try to scrape just one more sandwich worth of meat out of a leftover turkey carcass. get the jump on them. Nice. You successfully got revenge for that poor car. You really ought to put it out of its misery. Okay. Maybe that's worse. A greasy toolbox. Greasy gloves and some other stuff. Wow. Foot gloves? Or maybe they're hand shoes. Okay. Chunk of lead. Increase damage of a weapon by 1. A little nugget of the fifth heaviest stuff in the universe, as far as anyone else currently knows. Greasy gloves. The outside of these gloves are so greasy that it prevents any more grease from reaching the inside. Scrap piece of metal. Chunk of unloved metal, hardened by its loneliness. Give your target shielded, which will cause them to ignore the next attack. The next time they take damage. Oh, that's what shielded does? This car looks terrible, but smells great. You isolate, then confiscate the source of the freshness. Gained a prototype car freshener. +2 stench armor. This ingenious device consists of a cardboard tree soaked in some kind of nice-smelling oil. It's just an old oil barrel. Since it's open, it's full of rainwater. What is inside? You fished up something. Greasy knee pads. Face grease. And a welding mask. Add a sleaze armor to a pair of pants. A bunch of tin Lizzies are hanging out here. Their attention is mainly focused on something to the right, but the camera doesn't move far enough for you to see what it is. Push your way through. That is very strong. In fact, we can just keep going with it. XP, meat, face grease, hand washing gasoline. Gator got stronger. You won. Time to see what all the hoopla was about. A welding bench. There's a welding mask on top of it. Looks more like a picked apart truck. Hello. A muscular woman in with flaming red hair is sitting on a throne made of welded together wrenches and glaring at you. The woman gives you the traditional slow, sarcastic clap as you step forward. Nice entrance. Thanks. Nice chair. Thanks. Now, who the hell are you? I'm Turnigus Carter. Nice to meet you. And you are? Well, ain't you sweet. I'm Big Liz. Big Liz Studebaker. I'm the boss of this gang. That makes sense. Now, considering that you just busted into my scrapyard and beat up 5 of my girls, plus however many along on the way here, I figure you got something on your mind. So what is it you want exactly? didn't really have a particular goal in mind. You just wandered in here and beat up my girls for no reason. Well, it seemed like the only way to get to the other side of the room. I'll tell you what, you got this far and my girls ain't no slouches. That's worth some respect, so I'll grant you a boon. A boon? Like a favor? Yeah, within reason. How do I know this isn't some kind of trick? It's no trick. You can trust me because I'm sitting on the crescent throne. That means everything I say is automatically true. Wow, like the Pope? Kinda, yeah. We're real into hierarchy and chain of command here. Neat. Anyway, what if I say you have a million... Wait, what if you say you have a million meat? What? What if you say black is white? It isn't magic, it just... Look, part of being a good leader is not trying to use your powers in a stupid way. Aw. Anyway, you get one wish. What'll it be? More. You cannot wish for more wishes. Nuts. I wish for you to call off your girls. I wish for prizes. I wish to join your gang. I think they're all girls. I don't know that we can join. I wish to fight you. I wish to sit in your swelled chair. Turnigus? I haven't really been role-playing Turnigus. But certainly not to the degree that I am with our character in a Rogue Trader, where I'm like considering what the character would say given their past and their convictions, all that stuff. However, what we do know about Turnigus's past is that he doesn't know what he's doing. Like, he's got some kind of calling. There's something he's looking for, but he has no idea what it is. So I like to think that he just wants to, like, try anything. Like, join up. That's why he's working with the mobsters. It's just because it could be the thing that he's supposed to do. So I think he's going to ask to join. Because maybe that's what he's supposed to do. Sorry, kiddo. This just ain't a gang. This ain't just a gang. It's a business. And I can tell just by looking at you, you don't know what a crankcase. You don't know a crankcase from a manifold. The crankcase is the one with cranks in it. Pick something else. Okay. Can I sit in your chair? Nope. Come on, just for a second. Only the boss of the Tin Lizzies can sit on the Crescent Throne. Sorry, kid. That stinks. Come on, let me sit in your chair. You waggle your fingers at her and do that trick where your pupils go all swirly. It's perfectly safe and couldn't possibly result in any problems, I promise. Well, alright, fine, but just for a second. Wicked. Big Lizzie stands up and you take her seat on the Crescent Throne. It's cold and not very comfortable, but it does make you feel pretty powerful. Wow, this is great. Glad you like it. Now get up. Nah, seeing as how I'm the boss of the gang now, I think I'll enjoy it a little longer. What did you say? I said I'm the boss of the Tin Lizzies now, and I said it while sitting on the Crescent Throne. Twice. Nice try, Dipstick, but the power of the throne doesn't apply unless you're already the boss. I was the boss as soon as I sat down. You said, while sitting here, that only the bosses of the Tin Lizzies can sit on the Crescent Throne, and here I am, sitting on it. Ipso facto, I'm the boss. Why, you little... And the first change I'm making is that from now on, changes in gang leadership can only occur via written agreement from the current boss, which is me. You promised you wouldn't cause any problems. I don't see any problems from where I'm sitting. Take it easy, Big Liz. Huh? I don't have time to run a gang, I'm busy. But I'm busy with something kind of weird, and I think I might need your resources. So you can run the gang, same as always. All I need is for your gals to help me out if I need backup. I swear on the Crescent Throne that as soon as I'm done with this whole crazy mess I've fallen into, I'll make you full official boss of the Tin Lizzies again. Alright, I guess I deserve it for falling for that trick. You win, boss. Great. Here, you can sit back down if you want. This thing is uncomfortable. I'll stand, thanks. So, what do you need from me? Well, I could use some supplies. Supply shed's over there. Here's the key. And if you get into any trouble in town, just give a whistle and one of the girls will come help you out. Got a tin whistle. Thanks. Ah. She wouldn't let me join, but just took over the gang. Don't have a choice. Well, the Crescent Throne is yours now. You could drag it back to your room if you wanted. Well, I am the boss, so maybe it makes more sense for my chair to be in my room, don't you think? If I want to sit in my chair, I gotta get out of my bed and walk all the way over here? That just doesn't make sense. You find a spot next to the window for that horrible potted worm Grady gave you. Oh, good. Hello, you awful little creature. The Crescent Throne, your birthright. You sit for a moment and reflect on both your power and your responsibilities. What does that do? Heavy is the hand. Oh, +3 to ranged attacks. I just want to go back and check that supply shed. As the two of you are walking down the street, Molly suddenly stops and gestures at a nearby gun shop. Oh, hey, I know this bulldozer. Hang on a sec. You want to go shopping? No, I just want to get my typewriter a quick tune-up. The side on it's kind of hinky. Cut yourself a piece of cake. I'll be right back. You don't see any cake around here, disappointingly, but Molly returns presently with a freshly polished Tommy gun and a cheerful grin. Moxie increases by 1. Now we're hitting on all sixes. Come on, Buck, let's wiggle on. Get a wiggle on. And here I thought Gabby was hard to understand. Big Liz gives you an annoyed but resigned look. A shelf covered with various greasy metal objects. You select the most dangerous looking pieces of metal and pocket them. A battered toolbox. Oh, another crowbar. You never know when you might need to pry 2 things open at once. There's a car door leaning against the wall. Huh. It's been converted into a shield. Chopped off car door. The poster says antifreeze is delicious, but it's poison. It's a workbench covered in tools. Maybe... you put the resin in a bucket along with several other flammable substances. And an ice bomb. Grind up the flakes carefully and make you grind up the flakes and carefully make a pipe bomb out of them. Every day on this calendar just says crimes. A bunch of repair manuals for cars you've never heard of. Except, one of these books is about weapons instead of cars. Teaches advanced weapon repair techniques, welding and wielding, advanced weapon repair for do-it-yourself defense by Tig Fluxcore. You read the book. Huh. Turns out you're supposed to repair weapons after using them? Who knew? Got a perk. Pepin Repair Aware. Weapon durability system unlocked. What? You go to put the book away, but realize with your newfound knowledge that the spine has broken beyond repair, so you throw it away. Oops, where'd that go? Weapon durability is unlocked. You know enough about weapon repair to tell when it's needed, but not quite enough to do anything about it. Oh yeah, now it has... Where? Nice bomb. A car door with an arm strap welded to it. Offhand item. Deal your muscle and physical damage and reduce opponent's mysticality by 3. Muscle. Not very much. By commanding underlings with the poot sound made by this whistle, you'll be a real tin poot dictator. Summon a Tin Lizzie to help you in combat. Only works in Ocean City. An old school blacksmith's anvil. This must be where they work on really vintage cars. This car has not been noticeably chopped yet. The doors are locked. Dang it. Jimmy the lock with a wire coat hanger. You unlock the car, ruining both the lock and the hanger in the process. The glove compartment is full of meat. What do you need, boss? Sorry, I tricked you out of your gang. It was a dirty trick, but it was by the book. I should have been more careful, that's all. Alright. Let's go to, what is this? Ms. Brewster's? You barely have time to react as the ground shakes and shudders violently without warning, then bursts in a rain of earth as several large, slimy tentacles force their way out of the ground, writhing and twisting and groping at their surroundings. Incidentally, the reaction you barely had time to make was, ah! Fight them. Okay, they have 8 HP. I like having her Tommy gun with its random hits, because it seems to soften up enemies enough that we can hit them with this and usually take out most of them. Yeah, look at that. Beautiful. You won. You're going to need 10 of those things if they want to tackle you. Oh, curious. You follow a trail of disturbed earth and cracked pavement from the place where the tentacles popped out of the ground to the place where, presumably, they popped in. And by presumably, I mean obviously, because that place is a house with slimy, wriggling tentacles poking out of all of its holes. Did you have to phrase it that way? Unlocked tentacle house. We'll go up there soon enough. Hey, it's a message in hobo code. The code says, nice lady, but she only likes salesmen. Oh well, not super useful to a non-hobo, but at least you get some translation practice. They're called tulips, but in this case, there's 3 of them. Wait a second. There's some invasive manna lichen growing at the base of the flowers. You scrape it off. The door isn't locked. Head inside. As you enter the boarding house, you discover some kind of hullabaloo. Or perhaps a kerfuffle. A stern-looking middle-aged lady is surrounded by 6 agitated men, all talking over each other. Gentlemen, I insist you settle down at once. We won't get to the bottom of this with you all acting like panicked school children. Miss Brewster, you've got to call the cops. Huh? What this town calls police, I wouldn't trust to solve a jigsaw puzzle, let alone a serious crime. And I won't have those hooligans turning my house upside down. But there's been a murder. Someone has to do something. What you can all do is go to your rooms and let me think. Good gracious. The men file up the stairs, abashed but still fidgeting nervously. Talk to the woman. Excuse me. Ms. Brewster sighs, exasperated. I'm sorry, I don't have any vacancies. Or, well, I suppose I do, but I can't let you have the room until this whole mess has been sorted out. One of those men said something about a murder? Yes, it's absolutely ghastly. One of my lodgers was murdered in the night and nobody heard or saw anything. I'm practically at my wit's end. Offer to help. Maybe I can help? My name's Turnigus Carter. I'm kind of an independent investigator sort of thing. Oh, like that Belgian fellow in the mystery novels? What? Sure. Well, that's marvelous. If you can solve this mystery, I can pay you quite handsomely. Reasonably. Okay, it's a deal. Thank goodness. What can you tell me about the victim? He was a traveling salesman. All my lodgers are traveling salesmen. Oh, what did he sell? Oh, they come and go so frequently, I'm afraid I haven't the foggiest idea. Well, how did he die? I'm not sure. The body is missing. Look, you better just go and have yourself a look. He was in 3C. I locked the door so that no one would mess around in there. Alright. You have an orb of space here. Tiny oil paintings of previous borders. The radio plays agreeable music at a polite volume. The bathroom door is locked. This potted flower saw nothing. Ms. Brewster stands by the kitchen door looking stern but frazzled. Only Ms. Brewster is allowed in the kitchen. Not a crumb can be found on the dining table. Ms. Brewster keeps this place spick and span. A little note next to the phone says, "Do not use phone." What's up with everybody not wanting us to use phones? 2C. Room 2D, but really they're all 2D if you think about it. Haha. It's a communal hat rack, but nobody's using it at the moment. Some high-heeled shoes have been carelessly left in the hallway. You're not sure which aspect of this would upset Ms. Brewster the most. They'll be safer with you. Extra high heels. Elegant shoes for sophisticated ambulation. Okay. It's room C, the site of the incident. You unlock the door and put the key in the secret pocket you were using for things that won't ever need to be referred to again. And put the key in it. You step into room 3C and discover, holy crap, a massive pool of blood on the floor. And like Ms. Brewster said, there's no body in sight. Holy jeez, is there even this much blood inside a person? Fish. Of course. Huh, nothing. Must be shallower than it looks. This throw rug looks pretty ordinary. Check underneath. You roll up the rug and... Whoa, what the heck? There's a crazy occult diagram underneath it. The lines and glyphs appear to have been burned onto the floor. You can see little blobs of melted candle wax at the points of the dodecagram. And it even smells faintly of weird incense. Was this some kind of ritual killing? Great. Like a regular old murder wasn't enough? A creepy occult ritual circle. There's little blobs of old candle wax on it and everything. An ordinary wash basin. No clues here. There's also a mirror. Fish. You won't be needing this anymore. Check myself for clues. My turn, I guess. The window is locked, so the killer must have come from inside the house. Nothing interesting about the bed except that it's next to a massive pool of blood. This wardrobe is locked. These two-pointed leaved plants are holding the frondy one hostage. Well. Okay. Well, Ms. Brewster, I've had a look at room 3C. Did you find anything? I found a huge pool of blood. It was really gross. Did you find anything else? Yes, actually, an occult ritual circle. What? Oh my goodness. You think it was some kind of black magic sacrifice? I'm afraid it looks that way, yes ma'am. Well, I've always felt a lodger's religion was no business of mine, but I won't stand for this one bit. Are any of your lodgers involved with the occult, do you know? I do recall that one of them specializes in selling occult supplies and paraphernalia, but I'm afraid I don't remember which one. You'll have to ask around. Okay. Let's start with his neighbor here. You knock on the door, a voice calls out without opening. Hello? Hi, I'm investigating the murder. How well do you know the other salesman here? I don't know any of these guys. Although, I think there's a guy who sells brushes who's neighbors with a guy who sells pants. Okay. You knock on the door and the salesman looks out. Hello, who are you? I'm investigating the murder. What can you tell me about the people who live here? Well, I pretty much keep to myself. All I know is that the other salesman is that the one who sells jokes and gags isn't the one that lives next to the one who lives above the one who sells brushes. What? The one who sells jokes and gags isn't the one who lives next to the one who lives above the one who sells brushes. Okay. You knock on the door and the salesman opens it. Yeah? Something I can... Oh, hey, we meet again. Oh yeah, you're the sunglasses guy. That's me, baby. What can I do for you? Well, I'm investigating the murder. Oh, no kidding? Yeah, I was hoping you could give me some information about the people who live here. I don't really know any of these guys. There's a fellow that sells jokes and gags somewhere on this floor, I think. And there's a guy that sells pants. But all I can tell you about him is he isn't the guy right below me. Sorry. No problem. Thanks anyways. You knock on the door. Who's there? I'm not opening the door with a killer on the loose. I'm investigating the murder. Do you have any information that would help? There's a salesman here who specializes in occult stuff. That's pretty suspicious to me. Which room is he in? I'm not sure, but he isn't the one above me. And he doesn't live at the same end of the hall as the victim either. Okay. So he's one of the other two on this side? Thanks. You knock on the door, and a salesman sticks out his head. Yeah? Oh, hey, I know you. Oh, yeah. You're that guy selling pants from before, right? That's me. What's up? Want to buy some pants? No, just investigating the murder. Ah, yeah, real grisly business. Do you know the other salesmen that live here? Not really, just the guy who sells those little Derringer pistols. He was complaining about the guy who lives right above him. That's the trinkets and baubles guy, because he keeps making a racket dropping stuff on the floor at night. That probably doesn't help you much, though. Well, it's something, thanks. Well, he sells pants. There's no response. You try the knob, but the door's locked. You knock on the door and a nervous-looking salesman peeks out. What are you doing out in the hallway like that? Don't you know there's been a murder on the loose? There's a murder on the loose? I'm investigating the murder, actually. Oh, thank God, somebody is. What do you know about the other salesman here? I know there's a guy who sells occult stuff. I give him a wide berth, though. All I know about him is he doesn't live in the room below the sunglasses man. I see. Neither of them are the victim, by the way. Okay, thank you. And that was it, huh? So there's 8 of them. Excuse me, Miss Brewster, who lives in 2C? They didn't answer and the door's locked. That's because 2C is my room. Oh, well, can I have a look inside? Certainly not. That's private. And you can't possibly imagine I would kill one of my own lodgers. That would be terrible for business. I guess you got a point there. Are we sure this guy's not just in the bathroom? And all that blood is from like a nearby hotel that had a blood bucket thrown out the window or something. I don't know. So this guy said I forgot what you said. All I know is the guy who sells derringers lives right underneath the guy who sells trinkets. The guy who sells occult stuff doesn't live above me and doesn't live at the same end of the hall as the victim. So he's got to be this guy, right? The salesman who sells jokes and gags is the one who lives next to the one who lives above the one who sells brushes. So the guy above the one who sells brushes is not the one that sells jokes and gags. I don't know where the brushes guy is, though. The only 2 guys I've met around here are jokes and gags seller who lives on this floor and a pants hawker who doesn't live in the row below me. The pants guy is down to the right from here. He sells sunglasses. So there's a jokes guy. Isn't the one that lives next to the one who lives above the one who sells brushes. So there's somebody who sells brushes on the floor beneath us. And then one of these 3, I guess. Well, it's probably not him that sells jokes and gags. But maybe it is. I don't know. But it maybe is more likely one of these. The brushes salesman lives next to the pants salesman. So this is the pants salesman. This must be the brushes guy. Right. So isn't the one that lives... The salesman who sells jokes and gags is not the one who lives next to the one who lives above the one who sells brushes. Okay, so that's... So what? He's just saying he is not the one that sells jokes and gags? Right? Because the one that sells brushes is this guy. Because this guy sells pants. So the one that lives next to the guy with brushes would be the guy that sells pants. And this is the guy that lives above that one. So it does seem like he's just saying he's not the one that sells jokes and gags. Isn't the one who lives next to the one who lives of the one who sells brushes. Yeah, this is the one. He is the one that lives next to the one above the brushes guy. So he doesn't sell jokes and gags, which means that it's one of these two that sell jokes and gags. And I think the occultist was also up here. Brushes salesman lives next to the pants salesman. We know that. Oops. And he said, the pants guy is down there, which we already know. So, what do you guys say again? The occult salesman doesn't live in the room below the sunglasses salesman, and they're both still alive. So brushes, pants, sunglasses. So there must be jokes and gags and occult up here. Pants, brushes. Can't get a response from them. What else are we trying to figure out here? Is that it? That's all the clues? I was hoping there would be more. Well, okay, no. So if indeed the occult salesman and the jokester were both up here, that means that it's these two doors, but they said the occult salesman is still alive, so it can't be this one. So this has to be the occult salesman. And then the one that died is the jokes and gags dude. That's gotta be it. What is the room number? 3D? Oops. Yep. It's gotta be that. Because they said the occult salesman does not live below the sunglasses guy. Unless that just means... either that means they live on the third floor, or they just don't live directly underneath them. I don't know. I'm gonna go with this one. Well, I figured out who the occultist is. Maybe if we confront him with it, he'll either confess or give us usable information. Are you certain you know which one he is? So I don't have you accusing the wrong fellow? Sure. I'm pretty sure. Alright, shall we gather everyone together at the scene of the crime so you can do a dramatic reveal like in the novels? Sure, if you want. I must say, this whole murder business is simply dreadful, but it is the most interesting thing to happen here in years. You head up to 3C, and after a few minutes, Ms. Brewster meets you there, with the salesman in tow. Alright, well, I suppose you're all wondering why I called you here today. I assume it was so you could tell us who did the murder? Yeah, that was my guess too. Yeah, right. Right. Yeah, well, as you can see by this circle on the floor, this killing probably had occult significance. Therefore, the most likely candidate of the occult goods salesman is the occult goods salesman, who is the guy in 3D. What? No, I don't. I sell trinkets and baubles. I'm the one who sells occult stuff, and I didn't kill anyone. That isn't even one of my circles. Well, nuts. Suddenly, the wardrobe door flies open, and a salesman jumps out. Ha! Fooled y'all pretty good. What? Who the heck are you? I'm the victim. I sell jokes and gags and stuff. How do you like my new giant fake rubber pool of blood? Isn't it a scream? Oh my god. Here, let me give you something for being such a good sport, kid. Wear it in good health. You got an item. Foot's ring. What? Now if you'll all excuse me, I gotta roll this blood back up, and 9 people in this tiny room is 8 too many. Well, at least it was all resolved with a minimum of fuss. I hope you don't expect to get paid after that dismal attempt at mystery solving, though. Well, at least it was an experience. What a climax. Still can't go in the bathroom, huh? Oh. Was there something else you needed? Can I go in your bathroom before I go? Can I use your bathroom before I go? I've been in here kind of a long time, and yes, alright, here's the key. There we go. Ms. Brewster probably bought this bathtub from one of her boarders. I gotta leave here with something. Some nasty goo. Handful of dirty water. There's a little sign on the medicine cabinet that says, "Take whatever you need." How generous. Most places would reserve this stuff for people who actually live here. It's a trove of tinctures and toiletries. That one's new. Combat item, cures bleeding. These are for when you cut yourself shaving, but it's not like you're going to avoid the warranty if you use it on something other than leg or face or armpit blood. Handful of dirty water. This water is nasty. If you wish, and you wish it wasn't just sloshing around to loosen your inventory. What is this ring? Makes you more likely to encounter traveling salesmen. Huh. This ring bears the insignia of the Fraternal Order of Traveling Salesmen, which is difficult to make out at this small size, but it might be a farmer's daughter. Mirror. Always gotta check. This is where the traveling salesmen do their most important business. Always flush the toilets. Wow. Okay. Let's go back to Plunkett Street. A fast-talking salesman approaches you and starts his pitch before you can cross the street to avoid him. Say there, would you like to purchase a set of encyclopedias? No, God no, hell no, absolutely not, no. Absolutely not. I thought you might say that. Understandable, understandable. But what if I told you that this was no ordinary encyclopedia? Do you think that's something you were likely to tell me? So likely as to be certain. Step a little closer, would you? Fine. You step towards him. He opens his trench coat to reveal a set of dog-eared paperback books. This is no collection of boring facts. This is an encyclopedia of blue humor. A multi-volume collection of the lewd and lascivious. A trove of truly tasteless treasure. Is it a set of books of dirty jokes? Precisely, and it's yours for the obscenely low price of 200 meat. This item will grant an upgradable Sleaze Armor perk. 200 meat. I don't know how much I have. I don't think it's super high. But, I mean, I want things. I'm enjoying hoarding in this game because having all kinds of stuff usually pays off. Let's buy it. The man takes your meat and winks at you as he stuffs it into his pocket. Enjoy. He continues to stand there. Aren't we done here? What are you waiting for? I want to watch you read it. Slowly back away from him. Surely shocking jokes. A set of dog-eared paperbacks filled with offensive jokes. Somebody must have carefully assembled this set out of individual volumes found in filthy public bathrooms. Grants an upgradable skill. Heard 'em all. Gives Sleaze Armor. The world's sleaziest jokes culled from the world's sleaziest toilet stalls. If you can stomach these, there won't be much left in heaven or earth that can scandalize you. Be shocked. What do we have for XP? 150. That's a very good number. For stuff here, we could do these 4. Any one of these 4. Or where's our books? Or we could upgrade our queso to deal more stench damage. For 100. You read the epilogue and you're glad you did. It describes even stinkier cheeses than the main book. You wrinkle your nose so hard that at the thought of them that your nose knocks the book into a nearby sewer grate. Very stinky. And then we could do this. 50 unspent. Be shocked. And Pitt the Elder said, "Why under the wig of a wig, my dear? Why under the wig of a wig, my dear?" Huh? Wait. Oh no, that's disgusting. Got heard 'em all. There's still a lot of filth to wade through here. It's 40 for another one. Those are cheap. Yeah, now we just have +1 Sleaze Armor permanently. That's pretty cool. Jessica, nope, nothing. Charles, ask about the bandages. Did Murray leave a crate of antique bandages in the back somewhere? Yep. Say, how'd you know that? It's a long story. Actually, it's a pretty short story, but it's one that makes me sound insane. Can I have them? Sure thing. He goes to the back and returns with the all too familiar crate. Thanks, Charles. Don't mention it. Anything I can help you with? A dusty old crate of sticky old bandages. You pry off the lid of the crate. Most of the bandages have disintegrated, but you find half a dozen that are still intact. Nice. They don't make these things like they used to, probably because it turned out they're like 75% poison. Restores 15 HP. Just taking another look around here. A fresh briefcase sits atop the nightstand with a fresh note. The note reads, Turngus, Congratulations on your successful shakedown. You'll be concatenated with another request in due timeliness. Got a briefcase full of meat. We have 2 of these. Like a cow, this briefcase is flesh surrounded by leather. Unlike a cow, it has brass latches and a handle. 300 meat. You open the case. Now that's a lot of gabagool. Just got like 700. Holy cow. Well, I certainly don't regret getting those books now. Plenty of meat. Yeah, we'll go a little bit later. It's a little past 10 now. I was trying to decide if I wanted to wrap up or not. Why don't we go to the tentacle house? See if we can find some success in dealing with a problem. Maybe this one will implode as well. Probably should. Either someone's pet kraken escaped or someone opened a portal to the waggle dimension. Go inside. Oh my god, really? Don't judge me. It seems like this house used to be quite nice. Tall ceilings, nice wallpaper, fancy molding everywhere. Now, however, the wallpaper is peeling and the plaster is crumbling, and there's tentacles poking out everywhere. It's a real fixer-upper. Hello, anyone call for a tentacle exterminator? I don't think anyone called for a tentacle exterminator. But if you want to do something pro bono, if you want to do some pro bono extermination anyway, I also don't think anyone's going to stop you. Well, except maybe the tentacles. Let's go. Straight to the bathroom. Flush the bathroom. Toilet. The sink has a cracked bowl and a grubby tap. Look at that. Somebody lost a ring in the drain, and fortunately your fingers are just long enough to grab it. A friendship ring. Increase your familiar's muscle, mysticality, and moxie by 3 at the start of combat. This bathtub is filled with a fluid you'd rather not consider. Consider it fished. Glob of wet hair. Oh, swell. A massive colony of roaches in the walls. This house is a real peach. The stove is remarkably clean on the outside. Ah yes, all the filth is on the inside. I guess that makes sense. These tentacles must have been in the mood for a snack. Give them an attack instead. Well, this was a very easy battle. You sliced them and diced them. XP meet tentacle skin hat band. Add +1 spooky armor to a hat. You're not entirely sure what you're not entirely sure that the inside of a tentacle is any different than the outside, but if it is, this is some of the outside part. There's exactly 1 drawer left intact. Do you want to try fishing here? Yes? Always? You caught an apple core. Caught a fish skeleton. Oh, it's just an apple core again. Looks like you caught everything here. Jackpot, it was a junk drawer. You grabbed the choicest bits. Oh, we have... junk mail is a new tech... Oh, yeah. I read this. You can't open the letter because you don't have a letter opener. I know it's frustrating, but you have to admit that the logic behind it is sound. Great. This refrigerator is almost certainly contains horrors beyond your reckoning. Give me them. No horrors. Just some very old food. Great. 3 tentacles have erupted from the floorboards here. Interrupt the eruptors. We lived. $14 meat, 5 XP. Skeeter got some health. The door is locked. Rickety stairs lead to the 2nd floor. Nothing out here. The door is barred from the other side. If the bar is anything like the rest of this house, though, it won't take much to break it. Let's deal with this first. Even on the 2nd story, even the 2nd story is infested with tentacles. Ow. Another hat band. You've rendered this room slightly less terrible, as is my sworn duty. Surprisingly clean wardrobe. Empty but for a single hanger. Another wire coat hanger. We just used our other one. You can't even begin to guess what kind of furniture this was. Sure I can. Okay, smarty pants, what do you think it was? A waterbed? Nope. A sofa? Wrong. How about a card table? Guess again. It was a bed table? No, guess again. A cot? Nope. It was a bureau. Incorrect. Guess again. Was it an ironing board? Incorrect. Was it a lift chair? Nope. Wrong. Guess again. How about a shoji screen? Guess again. China cabinet? Wrong. Was it a bench? Nope. Was it a club chair? Incorrect. It was a chest of drawers. No. Guess again. It was an easy chair. Nope. Wrong. Guess again. Was it a stool? Yes again. Was it a cart? Yes again. A office chair? Incorrect. Folding screen? Divan? Ladderback chair? High chair? Hat stand? Chest? Hall tree? Easel? Clothes valet? Tuffet? Hammock? Vanity. Room divider. Armoire. A secretary. Captain's chair. Town zoo. Canopy bed. Murphy bed. It's gotta be one of these. A beach chair. A wastebasket. An easel. A vitrine. Was it a shelf? Glider rocker? A pew? Bentwood rocker? A rocking chair? Display cabinet? I don't remember if we said Windsor chair. A writing desk? a recliner. Whatever this is. An armchair. An armchair? Why are those two different things? An armchair. Sideboard. Brake front. Footrest. Coffee table. An island. Definitely a throne. Card table. Bed table. I think we're crib or poster bed. Window shades. I don't. A hassock. Patio table. Bookcase. Hope chest? Why are there so many pieces of furniture in the world? I give up. Told you couldn't guess. Yeah. Where am I? What am I doing? Nothing else meant anything to me for a few minutes there. You can't even be, oh no. No. The nightstand is mercifully tentacle-free. The top drawer is filled with dirty handkerchiefs. Blech. But you find a jewelry box and a key in the bottom one. Case and a key. A small jewelry box, which will come in handy if you need to move jewelry from one place to another, and if you don't want to wear it on the trip. You dump out the box, which are so exciting. The contents of the box, which are so exciting that you forget to keep the box itself. Earrings and a ring. Renders you immune to poison, 30% to meat drops, and 3 HP in regen. And sterling silver from the bowels of a mountain, adorned with calcium from the bowels of a cow. Beautiful but ostentatious earrings make it so the rest of your body wants to keep up with the Joneses, who in this context are your ears, Margaret and William Jones. I'm sorry. 2 gems dragged from the earth of the old world on silver posts mined from the depths of the new. It's like the jewelry equivalent of pizza. If you say so. Alright, we need 4 muscle. So we just gotta put on a vampire head. Break it down. Thud thud crunch. Okay, it was a little harder than expected. There's hardly anything left of whatever it was. Termites have conspired to make it look like this wardrobe had one giant bite taken out of it instead of thousands of tiny ones. The mirror has, to your great surprise, avoided damage. Ironically, this house's backyard looks really nice. This bed must have fallen victim to especially hungry bug beds. The nightstand is battered but mostly intact. The bottom drawer is full of old horse track bedding forms, but the top one contains a wallet and a creepy locket, each with only a minimal amount of crud on them. A leather wallet worn thin from years of being sat on. Maybe there's some meat left in it. You rifle through the wallet. There's nothing interesting in it unless you're interested in a bunch of meat. I'm in the money. Creepy locket. The inscription reads Melinda, my love, but the picture is just a crude drawing of a single eye. 2 spooky armor. So we got a key to this. Click. You leave the key in the lock for safekeeping. Jeez, it's dark down here. see a little bit better with this. Oh, hello. A shelf of long expired cleaning products. A fuse box. All the fuses are missing. That explains the lights, I guess. Hooray, it is now slightly less dark. This is the dirtiest broom you've ever seen. Now it's the dirtiest broom you've ever owned. The world's dirtiest broom. Heals your muscle +2 physical and reduces target's muscle by 1. You haven't actually seen them all, but you can't imagine a dirtier one than this. Holy dang, what is that thing? Rat tentacle thing. Slap happy tentacle, dancing tentacle, flailing tentacle. These ones seem a bit stronger. This thing has very high muscle and physical armor. Yeah. Alright, one's gone. Can do our Stilton splatter. And another one. Forgot this whole time we've had 4 AP. We just keep killing stuff before it ever matters. 14. We can just kill this thing. Boom. Boom. Dead. You won. Those tentacles have wiggled their last waggle, and the giant mutant rat? Probably in a better place now. Didn't get anything too fancy. Ah, here's the problem. There's a hole in this bag of tentacle seeds. Someone must have... some of them must have fallen on the old dirt floor and sprouted. What just happened to my voice? Hold on. That was weird. Clean them up. You dispose of the bag and pick up the handful of remaining seeds. 11 tentacle seeds. The company that sells these things has never done a satisfactory job of explaining why. Grow a tentacle to aid you in combat. This washing machine needs to be washed and repaired, and completely replaced. Fish in it. Mildewed jeans. Physical armor and max HP. What do we have? Mysticality, physical, and hot armor. Okay. A shadow rift. Oh God. A piece of eye. What the hell? A throbbing ring of negative energy around a pair of dark shorts. With great effort, you manage to drag one side of the rift to the other with the pliers and wrench the whole thing closed. Or ply it closed, I guess. Wow. Wait, did we get those? What exactly just happened? No, it's gone. Oh, what? Okay. No more tentacles, just a regular house. Well, we managed to successfully deal with that one. Another hot dog. St. Polycarp's Cathedral. Hey, this looks like hobo code. Code says meat stash, 4th tree to the left of church. Back row. 4th tree to the left? Wait, hold on. Say that again. 4th tree to the left of church, back row. Oh, wait. 1, 2, 3. This one? Ah, there's a little hole in this tree. This must be what the hobo code was talking about. It's a wallet. Thanks kindly, hobo. Hooray. There's a hymnal in the back of this pew. Yikes. Unpleasant hymnal. There's something unsettling about this book of hymns. Perhaps it's the fact that every instance of the word God has been replaced with some kind of weird shifting ink blot thing. Crack it open to deal your muscle in spooky damage once per fight. The door down to the catacombs is locked, presumably so the cat doesn't get out. It's a vicar who seems agitated about something. Hello there. Oh, no. What am I supposed to do? I was going to ask if everything's okay, but plainly not. Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't see you there. Services are canceled for the moment. What's the matter? One of the urns has been stolen from our catacombs. Stolen? This tiny cathedral has catacombs? Well, it sounds nicer than basement. Are they particularly important ashes? Oh my goodness, we wouldn't keep the relics of a saint in a little cathedral like this. Our urns are just the ashes of former vicars and community leaders and so on, but they're all important in their own way. And the bishop is due to arrive for an inspection soon. Funny how bishops always seem to be just about to arrive for an inspection somewhere. What? I'll look into it for you. Oh, thank you so much. Here, I'll unlock the door so you can have a look. Mind your step on the way down, please. Those stairs are old and steep. This is the cathedral's font, or more properly, typeface. Handful of holy water. Probably shouldn't tempt fate anymore today. Deals a lot of damage to especially evil enemies. If only you had been blessed with something to carry it in. What does that say? The vicar is still really agitated about his ashes being stolen. Well, not his ashes, you get what I mean. A fancy pedestal with nothing on it. A fancy pedestal with an old urn on it. A fancy pedestal with an old urn on it. It's a big crate full of identical empty burial urns. Must be spares. Oops. There is a one candle left unlit. Hopefully this doesn't preclude you cursing the darkness later, if you feel like it. There's a batch of tomb moss growing on the wall here. You scrape the moss from the wall, it sublimates with an eerie wail. It's the guest book. The last 3 visitors were Donk Hufferby, visiting from Saskatoon. Well, that seems like a dead end, and they sure have some weird names up in Canada. Charles Wallace, 111 Plunkett Street. Huh, that's the address of the antique store. You'll have to ask Charles about that next time you see him. And Captain Augustus Dirch, 21 Curran Ave. This one might be worth following up on. Got the location to his house. Sign the book. You sign your name and address after all the others. It's a very old manhole cover. Okay. Well, let's check with Charles, I guess. I saw your name in the visitor's book at St. Polycarp's. Oh, sure, I do a little whittling to pass the time now and then, and sometimes I go to St. Polycarp's to look at their gargoyles. Here, have one. He opens his desk drawer and tosses you a little wooden gargoyle on a leather cord. Oh, neat, thanks. Okay. It's an accessory. A little wooden gargoyle with a leather strap whittled by Charles Wallace. The base has the motto, "Keep on truckin'," carved into it. It's one spooky armor. Let's go to Dirch's house. You see some super hardened sap oozing out of a wound in one of Ocean City's street trees. You chip off the hardest parts. The hardest part is the chipping. What is going on here? This rock is steaming. Why do all the rocks in this yard have creepy glyphs painted on them? Weird. This rock has a date painted on it, 11/10/82. Probably shouldn't just barge in. What was it? I'm selling these fine leather jackets. I'm from the Municipal Census Bureau. I'm the milkman. Got your milk. Congratulations, you've won a sweepstakes. Fat chance, never won nothing. Didn't. Snore. Hello? Didn't enter no sweepstakes. No how. Scram. I got your milk. I ain't drink that fat water. Get lost. I'm selling leather jackets. Don't want any. Buzz off. I'm from the Census Bureau. Nobody here but me and these 4 urns. Urns? 5. 5 urns. Go away. I'll come back later. Okay. I'm going to go back to Plunkett Street for a moment. One of the Tin Lizzies flags you down. Hey, boss. My trusted lieutenant, Mary Aluminum? Close enough. What's up? Nothing in particular. I just happened to see you and thought I'd say, hey, go get him. Great job. Keep it up. That sort of thing. Gosh. I literally have zero idea what it is you're doing, though. Well, me neither, but it hasn't stopped me. You're an inspiration to us all. Thanks. So I wanted to check the newspaper place. They have these on... No, they have different dates just want to see if there's anything. Oh, here we go. Yeah, this must be the one we just picked up. You find something interesting. The cover story for that day is the sinking of the Porquad, a whaling vessel that operated off the coast of Ocean City. The story says that the wreck only had one survivor, Captain Augustus Dirch. Despite his best efforts to go down with the ship, he was rescued and transported to shore by a friendly otter. You're really starting to enjoy this kind of research. Got a new perk. How simultaneously tragic and adorable. This one is new as well. This morning, a new sculpture was revealed in Goldthwaite Park, donated by Ocean City Comptroller Margaret Smudged. The sculpture, which consists of 5 jagged, pointed rocks arranged in a rough circle on small concrete plinths. Oh God. Reading is a war. As always, variously described. Jesus, man. I'm going to try that one again. The sculpture, which consisted of 5 jagged, pointed rocks arranged in a rough circle on small concrete plinths, has been variously described as avant-garde, thrillingly pointy, and fine, I guess. Wait, are you writing this down? Hi, Mom. By interested onlookers. Well, okay then. Okay, so the guy, wow, the guy we, oh, there's hobo code here. Sandwich, April 1858. Oh, well, there's another thing. The guy in the house we were just at was the captain that was the survivor of that boat. A flattened sandwich has been carefully concealed in the folder for that date. So that's what that code was about. Pressed ham panini. Physical armor by 3. You're not exactly sure where this meat came from, but if pressed, you'd say pig. Newshound. Gain extra XP for learning things from the newspaper archive. Huh. How we doing here? 8 muscles, 6 moxie. We might be close to the moxie one. Oh yeah. 3. There we go. Unlock Sneaky Pete. This Sneaky Pete's a tricky customer, but you've never met a Pete you couldn't out-sneak. If turning the key in the lock does nothing, then what happens when you put it in and just leave it? Ah yes, exactly. The lock clicks open. Good old Sneaky Pete. What do we have for muscle? 1, 2, 3. We could get 5 more out of it if we do everything, but then we'd have to replace our food and potion. We'll probably just wait and do that maybe after we come back from the next curse. So, do we need to go back to Dirch's house? Maybe talk to him about the article? In an Ocean City back alley, you find some strange graffiti, an unsolved long division problem. Solve it. You make short work of long division. I want to ask you about the Perquad. Alright, you better come in. This place is much bigger on the inside. An old gray-bearded man in a sea captain's hat is glaring at you suspiciously. What do you want? Well, I'm from the Ocean City Watchful Eye. You know, the newspaper? Don't trust newspapers, nor newspaper reporters. Neither. Well, nor otters. Fortunately, I'm only one of those three things. Can I ask you about the Burquad? Ain't nothing to say. Storm blew up unexpected. We hit a funny rock. All hands lost. That was decades ago. Why you bothering me now? Well, it's a slow news day. What was funny about the rock? You ever seen a 30-foot black basalt obelisk sticking straight out of the ocean? Can't say I have. Me neither. And I'd been sailing that route for years. Route. I've heard both. So I guess when you say funny, you didn't mean as in haha. 30-foot black basalt obelisk. Sounds like Dagon, which is another Lovecraft story. What's with the rocks in your front yard? I ain't know nothing about those, except for the... What? I ain't know nothing about those, except for the date marker I put. I wasn't confused by the phrasing of the sentence. I was surprised that he didn't know what they were. Did they just come with the house? New one pops up every once in a while. Ever once in a while. What's that got to do with anything? Well, nothing, I guess. What? How many men were in your crew? There was Pegleg, Handsome Jeff, and Less Handsome Jeff, and Old Barnacle Face. He looks askance at the rows of urns, and one other, so 5. What was the 5th sailor's name? I ain't recall. He was new, just signed on for that last voyage. Didn't talk much. Eerie fella, to be honest. Eerie? Spooky, and that's all I got to say about him. You have a lot of urns. Crew's bodies washed ashore after a time. Didn't figure they'd want a sea burial after what happened, so I had them cremated. Well, except that 5th feller weren't never found. I ain't recall how that urn got here. He was a member of the crew right and proper, though, so he's got as much right to be here as any of them. Did you ever visit that little cathedral? Sure, used to go and pay my respects once in a while, back before my knee started acting up. Got plenty of urns to talk to right here, though, huh? You talk to the urns? Yep, we shoot the breeze, relive old glories and such. You say that like they talk back. They do. And I can see from your face that you don't believe me, so you can ask them yourself, landlubber. I guess I'll have a chat with your urns, then. Fine, but you got any more questions for me? Ask them now. I'm tired of all this chit-chat. Let's have a look around the room. A short wooden table. There's an old varnished silver tray on top, but it's empty. The wash basin is full of salt water. This guy is really committed to his whole deal. Salt water, fish it. Root beer taffy. If Dirch's career had been more successful, this would be a Commodore's commode. Wow. It's a shelf full of nautical non-fiction you are non-interested in. The fishing rod is caked in salt. Either it hasn't been cleaned in a long time, or the captain uses it to catch horses. Salty fishing rod. The captain shrieks horse in his sleep. I wonder if we can use that. There's a horse in the other dimension, or the past, I guess. Back at the museum by the lake, who was by a container of water, but it wouldn't let it gave us the option to fish in it, but it said we couldn't while the horse was there. Maybe we could use that on it. This nightstand looks like it was dredged up from an old shipwreck. There is a blubber lamp on top. It's getting late. Starting to slip here. Examine the lamp. It's a simple device. A glass vessel filled with whale blubber with a wick stuck in it. Blubber lamp. They're killing me. Blubber lamp really rolls off the tongue though. It's just a delightful phrase. Say it. Oh, I've been saying it. Blubber lamp. Great. Just great. Say it again. Blubber lamp. Delightful. Say it again. Blubber lamp. Wonderful. Yes. Yes, yes, yes. Incredible. I love it. I love it. Just keeps getting better. Never get tired of it. Delightful. Enough of this. Oh, you're no fun. We've got work to do. The cot smells like fitful old man's sleep. An elder gray cat nervously washes itself in the corner. Try to pet it. The cat shies away from your touch. You notice he's wearing a collar that says Ishmael. Ishmael shies away from your touch. You must be nervous about the overall state of affairs in the house. A plaque above the urn says, Peg Leg Johnny. Talk to the urn. Hello? The urn doesn't respond. Anybody there? Imitate the captain's voice. You look around to make sure the captain's asleep, then mutter gruffly to the urn. Yar there, Johnny. You can speak freely now, sailor. I got rid of that no-good landlubber. The muffled, youthful-sounding voice replies, Yar, Cap'n. What'd they want, anyhow? Bah, nothing of import. Your basic landlubber prattle, trying to sell newspapers and like that. Pay it no, never mind. Aye, Captain. Keep talking to the urn. So, how are things? Oh, no problems, Captain. Everything's ship-shape. Ha. Ha ha. Always happy to chew the sea biscuit with you, though. Sure, let's reminisce about old times. Great, I love hearing your stories of nautical adventure. Oh, instead of that, why don't you tell me how you got the name Peg Leg Johnny? Well, it's because of my leg, right? Got a peg leg? Sure, how'd you get it? I got it because I lost the original leg? I'd assume so, yeah. Yar. But how? Wait, weren't you there when it happened? Time for a nap. Talk to you later. Okay, Handsome Jeff. So, how ye be doing thar, Handsome Jeff? Smooth sailing, Cap'n. You feel like talking over old times? Sure, I mean, yar, why not? Right then, which particular yarn from your past have you gotten on your mind? Oh, actually, let's talk about you. Me? The fella next to you is less handsome, Jeff, So this judgment of your relative appearance... So is this judgment of your relative appearances literal? Or is it more of an ironic reversal sort of deal, yar? Well, you never... Wait a minute. Don't you remember what we actually look like? Oh, yes, of course I do. Gotta go by. Less handsome, Jeff. Anything on your mind, Cap'n? Well, like what? Well, I don't know. Just if you wanted to wax nostalgic about old times or anything. Alright. Right. So, yar. So... Oh, right. Those old times, right? Sure. Right you are, Cap'n. Those old times we had together. Yar. We sure did. Many of them. Yar. Anyway, I'm glad we had this talk. Barnacle face. Everything going all right? Aye, Cap'n. Nary a cloud in the sky. Good. Great. Are you in a chatting mood? Sure. Yar. Well, you know me, Cap'n. Man, a few words and all. Happy to listen, though. Right. Well, actually, I was wondering about your name there. Barnacle face? What about it? Well, I was just wondering why. I mean, of course I know why, but if you have any insight into it. I mean, you never actually said, that is, you never asked before, so I'd have thought you already. Yeah, right. Obviously, I already. Anyway, if you're not comfortable discussing it, that's fine. Okay, yeah, good. Yar. Yar. It seems like they only know what this guy has probably described to them. The plaque above this urn says 5th Sailor. So, Sailor, how's it go? How goes it? I'd ask what's new, but, are? You're not a talkative one, are you, matey? I suppose you never were, come to that. So, well, as you were then. I could use some smokes, Captain. What? Smokes. Smokes? As in cigarettes? Aye. What does an urn want with cigarettes? Are? Well, alright then. Just leave them on the table like usual, please. Yar. Well, I feel like we learned almost nothing. Hold on. Can we look at these rocks anymore? Doesn't seem like it. I know we can get cigarettes at the shop down here. A thin, nervous-looking man in a suit stops you. Excuse me, sir. Do you fear for your safety in this dangerous city full of hoodlums and criminals? Well, I didn't until you said that. I ain't afraid of anything, least of all death. I carry 3 spare changes of underwear, and I've already used one today. Well, I didn't until you said that. Then it's a good thing you met me. I have the solution for you right here. Oh, I see. Okay, what are you selling? He opens up a small case. He holds up a small case and opens it, displaying a selection of the tiniest pistols you've ever seen. Derringers. With one of these up your sleeves, in your sock, or wherever you can think to hide it, personal defense is right at your fingertips. Are concealed pistols legal in this state? What? Probably? Sure. How much? Yours for only 30 meat. Only 30? Sure. Thanks, you won't regret this purchase. This gun is small, but it packs a modest punch. Okay. Nope, not there. Hello. I need cigarettes. Not something I've ever said before. And then map. Dirch's house. He said to leave them on the table. Put the cigarettes on the tray. You put the cigarettes on the tray and quickly hatch a plan. Approaching the 5th urn, you put on Captain Dirch's voice again. Arr, matey, your smokes be on the table as you wanted. Appreciate it, Captain. Then you hide behind the captain, who is snoring in his chair. After a time, the bookcase slides aside, and an unshaven, shifty-looking guy pokes his head out and glances around surreptitiously. Then he tiptoes over to the table, picks up the pack of cigarettes, and returns to the secret door. The bookcase slides shut behind him. Well, what do you know? It's the shelf that guy came out from behind of. From behind of. What? Or rather, the shelf out of which, from behind of which, cameth that guy. I thought that was me screwing it up. It was written that way. Inspect the bookcase. You try to push the bookcase aside, but it's locked in place. There must be a catch. I mean, literally. And Nautical Guide to Lieutenant Harbor, Seaman's Manual of Ropes and Knots, Practical Secret Doors for the Home Handyman. Let's check that one maybe. You tilt the book forward and nothing happens. So you pull the book all the way off the shelf and nothing happens. So you flip the book open and start riffling through the pages until you find one with the page counter turned down. A diagram on the page shows the 3 most common unobtrusive latch mechanisms for bookshelf-based secret doors, and on closer inspection, this bookcase is using the second one. Now you can open the secret door whenever you're ready. Nice. Hello? Hey, what are you doing in, were you seriously about to ask me what I'm doing here? Yeah, even as I was saying it, it sounded stupid. How did you find me? I hid and watched when you came out for your smokes. Oh, that was you, huh? I thought the captain's voice didn't sound quite right. So, what's the deal? Well, it's basically just what it looks like. It looks like you're hiding in this old man's house to rob him while he sleeps. In that case, it's not what it looks like at all. I'm listening. I'll admit, at first I was planning on robbing him. Figured an old sea captain must have a secret treasure, right? He wasn't a pirate. No, it turns out he was just a lonely man with nobody to talk to, except, well, his old sailing buddies, so I started hanging out back here and chatting with him through the wall. You didn't find that strange? He was a little spooked at first, but once I'd gotten a handle on how the different voices should sound and learned enough to keep up with the anecdotes, he relaxed. It's nice to have someone to talk to, even if the situation is kind of weird, right? So that's all? You do this just because you feel sorry for him? Yeah, well, I won't pretend like I don't like having somewhere to stay rent-free. And his pension from the shipping company is pretty good, so his short-term memory is kind of bad, so he doesn't pay much attention to the fact that he's buying food for 2 people. He's a good guy, and it's an easy life. Don't screw this up for us, okay? Wait, what's it to you anyways? I'm here about that stolen urn. Oh yeah, that was probably a mistake. He'd mentioned the fifth sailor a few times, so I thought he might like to have the whole crew together, you know? So I lifted a random urn from that little cathedral to fill the spot. Seemed like a good idea at the time. The vicar needs it back. Okay, it'll be weird if it just vanishes though. Can you swap it for another? The captain doesn't open them, so he won't notice if there's no ashes in it. Fine, I'll see what I can do. You give a respectful salute to all these dead soldiers. Maybe this guy thinks it's treasure, but it looks like trash to you. Well, they had spare urns here. Excuse me, my good chap. Might you have a match on your person? Sure, here you go. Yes, I might need it later. No, lie. I'm sorry, no. 2 lies. No, but also yes. Paradox. Ah, well, thank you all the same. Toodaloo. Toodle off. Just had to see what that did. Spare urns. Whoa, hey. What? What? Keeps putting me in the door. Here we go. Wouldn't hurt to take one. There's plenty in here, so the vicar won't miss just one. Besides, you earned it. And I guess now we just go back. 2 goblins wearing shorts with suspenders and carrying, you know, those things, those marching band things. They're like an upright harp, except instead of strings, they have metal xylophone bars. Those things. Anyways, these goblins are carrying those and they interrupt you. Hi, hello. Hi, what's up? You're intruding on the territory of the Glockins in... am I? I don't know what a Glockin is. We are Glockins, we both. We are the toughest all... We are the toughest all-street gangs in Ocean City. What you think about that? Sure, I guess you do look pretty tough. That's true, we do it. Your, xylophones are pretty cool too. What? Xylophones? These are glockenspiels. That we have. Oh, Glocklins. I get it now. I am so outraged over you. I think we shall a mugging do. I'm just curious. I wanted to see what they looked like. Don't worry, Don T has your back. Got a friendly mobster. Gisela the Pounder and Gertrude the Pounder. 13 each. Immune to bleeding. Doesn't know how to play the Glockenspiel, so they're just going to hit Skeeter the Mosquito with it. And they're going to hit me. Okay. Probably didn't even need to do that. Oh, do I? Gotta change that. You won. That'll teach those goblins to do whatever they thought they were doing. Glockenbrot. Glocken Mallet Ball. Birkenglocks. And Skeeter got stronger. Yeah, did I, yeah, my Moxie's still at 6. I don't think I changed my gear here. Or maybe I did. Oh no, accessory needs to be... I think we had that. I don't know that that's necessary anymore though. We're doing so much damage with our spells now. What else would be good? Regen. Honestly, with how easy combat's been, probably best to just have an increased chance for item drops and meat. What else? Offhand items. These deal muscle damage. This urn is not yet cremaindered. Glockenbrot. This is a small loaf of dark bread made by Glockenspiel-obsessed goblins. Let's hope their single-mindedness doesn't make them really terrible at baking. Glocken Mallet Ball. This used to be part of a Glockenspiel mallet. You can't make music with it anymore, but you can still probably put someone's eye out. These sandals made of birchwood with little glockenspiels where the soles should be. Improves the sound of your footsteps. I don't think I could listen to that constantly. do enjoy this one. Okay, so replace the urn. You glance over to make sure Captain Dirch is sleeping and definitely swap the urns. Did you switch out the 5th urn yet? Yeah, I did. Great, so we're square then? Everything's Jake? Look, this is really shady and weird. You should just be honest with the guy. Yeah, I guess you're right. I gotta build it up though. I gotta build up to it though. If I just pop out of the bookshelf at him, he's liable to have a heart attack or try to kill me. Alright, well, good luck. Can we talk to the cat now? Try to pet. Ishmael seems a lot calmer than he did before. New cat unlocked. You can now pet Ishmael to receive a bonus. Pet him now. Want to know what it do. Ishmael's been... Ooh, +1 mysticality. Don't mind if I do. Okay, let's go finish this quest up. We'll call it a night. An elderly man with thick eyeglasses shuffles up to you with a determined expression. Before you can react, he shoves some meat in your mouth and shouts in your ear. Operator, operator, get my worthless son on the line. Mister, I'm not a payphone. That's what the last payphone said, and I'm not buying it. Let me take to my Flurschlugner son. This game is wild. I'm sorry, sir. The line is busy. Please try again later. Ugh, probably gabbling with one of his floozy girlfriends. He shuffles away angrily. Bleh. Think we ought to probably put it down here. Or not. Oh, it's you. Have you found our missing ashes yet? I did. Here you go. Wonderful. I'll get this polished and reinstalled right away. Blessings upon you, my child. In fact, let me make that blessing literal. I have some holy water of St. Polycarp here somewhere. Ah, there we go. He takes out a little bottle of water and splashes some on your forehead. You got the perk St. Polycarp's forehead. He burns. Nah, just kidding. Say, whose ashes were in those urns anyway? Unfortunately, I don't know his name, but he was a sailor who washed ashore near here after a shipwreck. Some of the locals took him in, but he didn't survive the night. Poor fellow. He was interned here as an act of charity. Was that about 50 years ago, give or take? Oh no, it was more like 300 years ago. Interesting. Oh yeah, there he is. A fancy pedestal with an old urn on it. What a weird little adventure that was. Ahoy there, everything shipshape? Need any smokes? Guess I shouldn't mess around. What is this? Oh, +1 muscle. Nice. Needed more muscle. What is our... What? Oh, 171. 171. Are we looking on books here? Let's do another upgrade on this one. And she said, thank you, but wherever did you find a can opener at this time of night? Oh, that's terrible. You're embarrassed to admit you laughed. There's still a lot of filth to wade through. The next one's 50. cooking, power tools. We could hit 2 more targets with our Stilton Splatter, which is kind of our go-to spell right now. Most battles have about 3 enemies, but it would be pretty nice to get that to hit 5. The 100 XP though. We've only got 131. So it'd have to be that or the extra materials from gathering. No, let's do the spell. We're even wearing a ring to enhance it, so let's upgrade that. I can find the thing. Here we go. You memorize the messiest recipes the book has to offer. Speaking of messy, you carelessly drop the book into a nearby pile of trash. Okay. Well, I'm sure we're far from done in this place, but oh, a man on the street does a big theatrical double take as you pass just to get another look at you. Hey, whoa now, how's the weather up there? Up where? You're taller than me. Up on the property ladder. I almost can't see you up there. Huh? I live in the back room of an antique store. Gee whiz. Well, I hope to join you in an antique storeroom of my own soon enough. But a fellow like me's got to sell if he wants in on the property ladder. Luckily, product I got nearly sells itself. Nearly? I do have to put in a bit of legwork, but yeah, look. Paperclip. Bam! That is a paperclip. Is it ever? I don't know if I need a paperclip right now. Guess your documents keep themselves from flying off in the wind. Guess your nose secures itself against wild odors. Okay, maybe I'll buy one. Ooh-wee. Do I detect a change in humidity? I must be chasing you up the property ladder. You didn't tell me the weather was this nice. Continue on your way. I've never had a paperclip, so I just wanted to see what it is. From multinational treaties to 4th grade homework assignments, the humble paperclip has dutifully girded our sheaves whenever the humble paperclip was invented. Muscle +3. This device combines the fishing pole and the harpoon in case you want to go fishing, but you don't know what order of magnitude of fish you're after. Okay. Alright, let's, well, there's no saving. One day I'll remember that, but yeah, we'll wrap up here. Went quite a bit later than I anticipated, but we got a lot done. We didn't make any progress on the next cursed item, but did a whole bunch of side quest stuff that we passed over initially. I feel like combat-wise, we're gonna be in a pretty good place for the next area, assuming enemies scale naturally and not around us. Yeah, I don't think they scale based on what we do. It's probably just a locational thing. Anywho, what is today? Wednesday? Wednesday. Yeah, so we'll be back at least tomorrow to play some more. And then I guess it'll depend on if I have time on Friday or Saturday. It's not in the schedule, but there is a possibility that I'll stream some more of this Friday and Saturday. But anywho, until then, thanks for stopping by, and I'll see you next time. Bye.